Well, hello everyone, and Ken, I thought you got it replaced like the other day, Ken. Your AC went out again? Hell no, sir. Hell no. Hopefully it doesn't get up to 104, or hopefully you get it like fixed, because good lord, that is way too hot. Hello everyone, it is Friday. It is No Man's Sky Friday. Hopefully you're all having a good week, or at least a okay week. Hello, Paul. Good seeing you. Happy Friday, No Man's Sky 10 year. Yep, 10-year anniversary is coming up very quickly in a couple of weeks, I think. So I can't wait. I can't wait. It'll be a Sunday, August 9th, if you guys don't know, is the No Man's Sky anniversary, 10-year anniversary of release. So we're going to be, everyone, as far as I know, all the content, like streamers, all content creators are going to be doing something on that day. I will be streaming on Sunday. Clive Anderson says, hey, Jason from Bristol, are you going into Outbound anytime soon? I want to go back, but I've been distracted. I have another game that is releasing on Monday that I might be working on right now. So I want to go back to Outbound, but I have been distracted. So hopefully you guys all had a good weekend, planning a good, fun weekend. Staying cool. Like I think it is, I think it's like 90, 93 degrees right now, Fahrenheit in Colorado. And I'm like, oh God, it's not supposed to be this hot. I mean, it is the end of July. That's usually the hottest time of the year for us, is the end of July. But man, it feels like we haven't had rain in a while. Like we get rain, but it'll rain for like 5 minutes. And so it evaporates. It's just gone. It's just enough to kind of make it humid. So yeah, like right now, it is 39% humidity with 78 in my office with an air conditioner running. It is 78. My house sucks for insulation. One of these days, I'll actually do something about it, but I'm too lazy. Anyway, we are playing No Man's Sky today. We are playing our Fugitive Run. I think the last thing that I did in No Man's Sky was we got our ship. Now we need to find a solar ship, and we need to start finding graves. We need to get a pirate system, too. That way we can actually go in and do something, sell our ships, because we have a whole bunch of ships, but we have to be able to sell them. We have to go to a pirate, an outlaw station, in order to do that. Heather is here as well. Hello, Heather. Jason ignoring Twitch? Never. I said hi to you earlier, Scar, but suck it anyway. Jason distracted? That's why I watch it. I mean, that's what we do. John, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Very, very much appreciated. Over on Twitch. Very much appreciated. Good to see you again over there, Walking Corpse. Good to see you. Very interesting name on that. But let me see if I can. Oh, I gotta lower this a little bit. Sorry, I gotta change some stuff around. And then let's go over here to No Man's Sky. Boom, there it is. So let's get into the game. It's been a while since I played. We were doing speed runs for the last couple of weeks because we wanted to try to beat Paul. So that's not an official time. We did not get it done in 27 minutes, I'll tell you that. That's when I quit out because I was like, dude, it's over, it's done. But we're doing our Fugitive Run. My fastest time was 32 minutes on the speed runs for the Swarm expedition. You watching from work too? Always. Hello, James Luca. No, you're back? What? What? I don't know what that means. I've never left. I've always been here. I think everything's there. I will say, I finally have, what's it called? Fiber. Fiber is being installed in my house next week. I finally got into contact with them, and they said, yep, it's ready to go. We just have to go hook it up to your house. So, officially, I will have fiber next week. Fiber internet.
Jonas Stock has become a traveler.
John!
I'm here too.
You're on both! Well, thank you. I appreciate on both Twitch and YouTube, being a member on YouTube and a subscriber over on Twitch, a paid sub. Very, very much appreciated, man. 07. But James Lucas, yeah, I will have fiber next week. So, I think the schedule is on Tuesday. So I'm going to stream normal on Monday. It's still going to be cable internet. Tuesday, they install it. And on Wednesday will be my first streams with fiber. So I cannot wait. It'll be great. I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. Either way, it'll be, even if it's the exact same setup, it's so much cheaper. I'm like, oh my God. So the company that is setting up, what is going on with my frame rate here? The company that's setting up fiber is owned by AT&T. Technically, it was CenturyLink that was bought out or converted to Quantum Fiber, and Quantum Fiber was bought out by AT&T. So there's like a triple level of weirdness going on here. So AT&T technically is where I'm getting my fiber from, I think. I'm pretty sure, because they're converting everything from Quantum to AT&T. So AT&T will be providing the fiber to my area. And that's what we're getting installed on Tuesday. What are they doing? Was I looking for... I think I was looking for graves, but let's just double check here. We get in here. We have our awesome broken thing here. Oh, yeah. We have our economy scanner, which means we can scan for pirate systems. So I need to make fuel for my... do I have it? Is it actually working? It is. Okay. So we need to make fuel. So we have antimatter. We have... Where the heck is my... There it is. These things. I can make one. I need more oxygen. I need more oxygen. How do I not have enough oxygen? Did I use all my oxygen just for that? Are you serious? Well, we need oxygen. So let's go do that. So we need more fuel. So we know whippy plants will have it. And there's a lot of whippy plants right here, it looks like. Give me that oxygen. Boom, boom, boom. Yay, fiber for Jason. I know, Freya. I'm so pumped up. I'm so excited. So I was telling my wife, like, it is better than what we have now. But even if it is not, it is much, much cheaper. Much, much more low cost. So right now, I'm paying $130 for my internet every month. And that is 2 gigabyte downloads and then 300 megabyte uploads. And so with fiber, I'm getting 1 gigabyte. The only package they have available, or the highest package they have available, is 1 gigabyte download and 1 gigabyte upload. It's symmetrical. So my download is going, is slower, but my upload is much faster, and that's what I care about. However, even if it's the same thing, even if it has the same issues, I'm paying $130 for my current internet package. It is $70 with the new fiber install. However, they're giving me a year of discounts. So I think I'm paying $40 a month for the first year. Not even on a contract. Like, no contract, anything. So if it sucks, I can still cancel it if I want to. But it's a year of like a big discount. So I'm paying $40, I think, a month. So it's like, yeah, I'll take that. Even if it's the same crappy quality, I'll pay in less than half. I will pay less than half for the same crappy quality with the potential of it being better. And I hope it is. I'm pretty sure fiber will be better, but we won't know. We won't know until we get it. And I can test it out on Wednesday. Talizio says, I work for Lumen, who used to be CenturyLink. Yes. Yeah. Lumen is another name they had. So it was Lumen / Quantum. I know. That's why when I was looking up, I was like, I just want fiber, guys. I had to call CenturyLink, and they said, oh, no. It's Quantum that handles that. I had to call Quantum, and they said, actually, we're in the middle of installing it in your neighborhood. Like they were laying down the backbone or whatever. And by the way, it's actually going to be AT&T because they just bought us. So we're in the middle of a conversion from Quantum to AT&T. Like, oh, my God. That's probably why it took the last 3 months for me to freaking get it. Because I was just like, what the heck is going on? I just want it. Just let me have it. That's all I want. All right. How do we need more ferrite dust now? Now we need ferrite dust. My goodness. That's all right. We're going to get enough. That way we can kind of do a little bit of jumping because we might not be able to get to a pirate system quickly. So we might have to jump a couple times. I'm guessing we will. So I want to make sure I have more than just one jump's worth of fuel. Stuart says you might get noticed before the next rant. I don't know what you're talking about. I like my fiber. Freya, I'm hoping. I've heard nothing but good things about fiber, so I'm hoping. How do you get that much fiber with these cereal costs? Delta 1. They're giving me a discount. I get coupons, man. I'm using coupons for my fiber. All my fiber needs. And good seeing you, Delta, as well. Kickbacks from Sean Murray. Dude, I wish Sean Murray. You know what? You don't even have to give me kickbacks. Just let me play Light No Fire. That's all I want. Let me play some Light No Fire. I will totally take that. Any caps, by the way? No caps. No data caps with the service I have. So it's 1 gigabyte down and up. Technically, I think they said it was like 950 megabyte up and download. But it's their 1 gigabyte package. That's the fastest they have in my neighborhood for now. It sounds like they're testing to make sure they have enough bandwidth before they offer higher packages. But right now, they're only offering 1 gigabyte down and up, symmetrical. And there's no data cap. It's $70 just normal. They're giving me 1 year of discounts. So I think it's going to be $40 after the discount for the first 12 months. Not on a contract, no data caps or anything like that. So I'm excited. And we will see how well that works next week. Next week, Wednesdays, when it gets installed. All right, so we can make 4. We are playing on extreme, so I think technically we need 5 to refill. Oh, it only is 4? Now look at that. Yeah, it's only 67%. We might need 6. My God. That's all right. We got enough for at least one, or I think it's 25% for each jump. So we're talking, we got 2 jumps worth of fuel. Anything new with the No Man's Sky recently? Ace of Aces? Nothing new yet. We're waiting. So the expedition ended about a week ago. We're waiting now for the next update. I have a feeling they won't do anything until around the No Man's Sky anniversary, which is the first week of August. So we probably have a couple weeks, last week, this week, probably even next week, of no news. Maybe we get something. Again, they never give us any kind of like a roadmap or anything like that. So we don't know. It could happen like we get an update next week. Who knows? But I have a strong suspicion we won't see anything until probably like, what's it called? Probably the first week of August. That would be my guess. But again, that's a guess. We have no idea. Out of jump range. My goodness. Where's my... Okay, there it is. So is there any skulls around here? No. Out of jump range. Man, we don't have very far at all. We can't go that far at all. No. Oh, there's one. Pirate system. You could tell because there's a little skull next to my economy. But if you open it up, it's a black market economy. That's how you know. But you're looking for that little tiny skull. Like you guys, you might not be able to see it on the stream, but I can see it on my screen. But yeah, right there. That's what you're looking for. This little tiny skull, that means black market, which is a outlaw economy. That means it's a pirate system. That's what you're looking for. But if you can't see that, or sometimes you don't notice it, if you go to more details, it'll be a black market. So that's what we're looking for. Heck yes. So now I need to fit to screen. There we go. And so we're going over there. That's where we're going. Twitch drops? Nah, maybe. So they usually do Twitch drops beginning of the year and the end of the year. So in springtime, usually February or March, with that update, we'll get drops. And then not until like August, September, maybe October, we get the other drops. And so it could be, normally we don't get them this early, meaning like August. Usually they don't come out until like September, October-ish is when we see the drops. But again, we never know. We never know. Lifeless Moon. So I believe, do we have our advanced mining beam? We have an advanced mining laser. Yes, we do. Okay, so we don't need to worry about crashed ships, except we do need a solar ship in order to enter the space station. We need a solar ship. So, do I have a... I do have a signal booster. Let's try this. So signal booster will mark a... We go to a dead planet or a lifeless planet because most of the time it'll run into crashed ships versus buildings. Or nothing in this case. Oh, we still got room. Okay, we're good. But yeah, so I'm guessing if we get an update, it's probably going to not be until the first week of August, if we get one. I assume we're getting another one. They haven't announced that it's the end of the road for No Man's Sky. So I wouldn't be surprised, but I have a feeling they're going to wait till August, right around the No Man's Sky anniversary, the 10-year anniversary. How is the Steam controller been? I love it, Stuart. I love this thing. This is amazing. So the one thing I will say is that it can be finicky simply because there are some games that like to use these touchpads for different things. And so you have to, like, when I played a game with my Xbox controller, it was a universal, everything was normal. With the Steam controller, because there's trackpads on it, some games kind of go crazy with that. And so you have to do a little bit more changing of your layout, which is not hard to do. Like, if you want to know, like for No Man's Sky, let's do this. Let me back it out that way you guys can see what's going on here. So whenever I fire up a game, sometimes it won't support controllers at all, and you have to activate it. You have to manually enable the Steam controller. But so other times, you have to go in here and go, oh, like I have my layout for No Man's Sky. But sometimes, by default, it'll turn on your trackpad, and it'll assign it to a button or something. You're like, what the crap? And so you have to literally come in here and change it and say, no. Don't use your trackpad for, like, whatever. Don't use it as a jump button. That's stupid. Or whatever it is. So that's why, for No Man's Sky, I had to turn off the gyro. The gyro is weird. It's cool, but you don't really want to use it. But yeah, so, and because No Man's Sky is, really heavy on the actual, like, support for controllers, you have, like, galactic map. For a lot of games, they don't even have this many menus. It literally just says, hey, do you want the controller to work? Yes or no? No Man's Sky, they give you, like, galactic map. They give you on foot, Corvette, you know, every different, I guess every different menu type is in here. So, like, when you're in photo mode, you have different buttons. You can assign buttons to all of that. You know, in flight controls, you know, quick menu when you're in your flight controls. Exocraft menus, all this kind of stuff. So No Man's Sky is an amazing game for controller support on PC. Most other games, they don't give you that much detail. It's just, hey, do you want it to turn on? Yes or no? That's it. But yeah, so I love it. I think it's great. So it takes a little bit more finesse because, again, some games by default, they're going to turn on stuff and you're like, okay, thanks, but I don't want that to happen. Don't do that. Am I not going to be able to find anything? Really? You're killing me here. All right. See ya, Paul. Draconic Black Knight says, I wonder if No Man's Sky would ever be able to handle these huge 3K piece ships that some players have in the game. I think they would. So, and this is my speculation. I have no idea. I don't develop the game for No Man's Sky. I don't work at Hello Games. However, I do think they put a lot of limitations in the game because they wanted to work across multiple different platforms. So it has to work on Nintendo Switch, Nintendo Switch 2, Xbox One, PS4, PS5. And so because you have a lot of different platforms, there's going to be like a Switch does not have a lot of memory. An Xbox One does not have a lot of memory. And because of that, you're going to be limited on some stuff. And so instead of making a per platform version, they just say, nope, this is what it is. And yes, if you have a PC and you have a 5090 with like a super duper like 18 million core processor, you could do it, but a PS4 can't handle that. And so they limit it, at least, again, this is my speculation. They limit some of the stuff in game because of that. I'm hoping with Light No Fire, they say, look, sorry, it's not going to work on an Xbox One or a PS4. We're not putting out a version on the original Nintendo Switch. You have to have newer generation console stuff. And because of that, maybe they will kind of unlock some stuff. Like, hey, we have more memory. We're allowed to do this stuff now. Am I not going to be able to scan for anything here? All right, that's the third one. So now we're going to fly to the other side of the planet because obviously this is not working. So let's go to the other side of the freaking planet. We just dropped 3 times with no freaking thing whatsoever. Is that the planet I just came from? Wow, I went freaking far. Yeah, that's the one right there. Let's go to the other side of the freaking planet. I have a lot of trouble with No Man's Sky recognizing my controller at startup. I have to fight it to work. Freya, on PC, I've noticed if you don't turn on your controller before you start the game, it will not recognize it. So I've learned, even with the Steam controller, you have to turn on your controller. That way Steam knows you have a controller turned on, and it lets No Man's Sky know, oh yeah, there's a controller, so you probably want to use a controller. And wait a minute, Douglas with the 5 gifted members, dude. Very much appreciated, Douglas. Oh, 7 for the 5 gifted members over on YouTube. Very, very awesome, man. Really, really appreciate it. But yeah, I've noticed that too on PC. It's one of the only games that really does not like if you start the game without a controller turned on, it will not recognize it. You literally have to quit the game and then start it up again. You have to go back to desktop. You can't just normally quit to, the dashboard or whatever. You have to quit to desktop in order for it to find anything. Nah, Light No Fire will be available everywhere, including microwaves like Skyrim. No. I think they learned, maybe it will. I have no idea. I think they learned their lesson because I've noticed that updates have been more rocky and more buggy since they've extended out to multiple platforms. I think it's a great idea. It's an awesome thing to do. However, more platforms means more playtesting because you could have a bug on Nintendo Switch that does not appear anywhere else. Or you have a bug on Mac, does not appear anywhere else. And what do? You have to test every single version. You have to test the original Switch version, the Switch 2 version, the original Xbox One version, the Xbox One X. You have to play the PS4 version, the PS4 Pro. So there's multiple different versions of it, and for a small team, that's probably a lot to handle. Again, I love that they did it, but it's one of those deals where it's like, okay, now everyone gets to suffer together because there's going to be a weird bug on PlayStation that they didn't know because they were looking at the Xbox version, or vice versa. There was a bug on the PS4 version, but they didn't know because they were focused on the PC version or whatever. And so it's just like, I have a feeling, and I think the Valheim developers kind of said the same thing. When they released the game in early access, they put it on the Xbox in early access as well. And they said that was not a good idea because now, if they fix something on PC, it might break the Xbox version. Or if they do something on Xbox, it might mess with the PC version, and it's double the amount of work now. Instead of just focusing on one version, now they're split between two. I can't imagine on Xbox or on No Man's Sky, there is PC, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Xbox Series S, the Xbox One X. You have the PS4, the PS4 Pro, the PS5, the PS5 Pro. You have the PSVR version. You have the PC VR version, because that's a different version than the PC version and the Xbox and the PlayStation version. You have the Nintendo version, Nintendo Switch 1, Nintendo Switch 2. And so any one of those is going to have an issue. You know, you can't help it. There's going to be a weird bug that shows up in one. That is not what we want to see. I want a freaking solar ship, dang it. I mean, we can grab it, though. It is a C-class. Ooh, it has an S-class shield on it. So, as always, you have to fix it if you want to call it into the space station. So you got to fix it all. There we go. I am going to... can we fix this? I think we have this, right? I thought we had some of that. I bet you it's in my other ship. Yep, there it is. Boom and boom. So let's try that again. Now, let's do this. We have... Oh my god, we need 3 more chromatic metal. Are you kidding me? 3 more chromatic metal. Well, thank God we have some copper right here. But yeah, so I have a feeling that they're being held back because number one, it's probably going to be hard. They don't want to, put out one update that only works on PC, but not on Xbox or PlayStation or whatever. But number two, nailing down bugs is probably not that easy when you have multiple platforms to test on. And so it's one of those deals where it's like, yeah, we can't implement a whole bunch of stuff because we still have to nail down all these bugs. So, yeah. But again, speculation. Maybe it's not that hard at all. Maybe it's so easy. I just don't... I get the impression it's not. Cadmium drive. Let's put down my... So we need to get some chromatic metal. That's what I'm doing here. Where's that copper I just picked up? There it is. So we're going to try to fix this, because you can't take it out until you fix it. You can't remove the upgrade until you fix it, and I want this upgrade. I don't care about the rest of it. I just want the upgrade out of here. That should be good. So now, I can take that out. I can use that as a normal shield for my other ship. All right, so now I can pop back in here. Douglas says, is Jason searching for a ship now? I am. So we need a solar ship in order to enter an outlaw space station. So if you're on Twitch, you can't see the rules. Overall, like the generic 30,000 foot view, the very generic outline is, I am an outlaw. I'm a fugitive on the run. You have to start a brand new save on the highest difficulty. And the whole idea is to get to the center of the galaxy without being caught. The ways to get caught: interact with normal aliens. Go to any space station because they'll turn you in. All those kind of ways will get you caught. You're trying not to be caught. So I have to avoid every alien I see, or all the normal ones. I have to avoid space stations. I have to avoid buildings. I can't go to like a trading outpost or planetary archive because I'll get caught. The only aliens I'm allowed to talk to are pirates, other outlaws, because they won't turn me in. That's the only way I can bargain. I can deal with them. I can sell stuff to them because they are outlaws. They're operating on the outside of the system. So, and I'm just trying to get to the center of the galaxy. Another rule is we cannot go to an outlaw system or outlaw space station unless we have a solar ship. So we need to find a solar ship. And as far as I know, I haven't picked one up. Let's just double check. Radiant Pillar, nope. We have a, we have an Explorer. We have a Shuttle, crappy. We have another Hauler, high value. And we have a Fighter now. So we're looking for a solar ship. That's what we're looking for. That's fixed. That's good to go. Let's see if we get a good upgrade out of here. Come on, upgrade. So another rule for a fugitive run, and again, these are rules that I put in place for my run. You could change them if you want to. So if you don't want to play on the hardest difficulty, play it on normal mode. Some people, they'll change it to where you're a fugitive on the run, but you can go to any space station once. Once you go there, that space station is like blacklisted. You're not allowed to go there anymore, but you can visit one time. And then once you've visited, the authorities know where you've been, and then you can never go back. There's different rules. You can change the rules however you want to make it more fun for you. So just the rules I'm playing by, I want to make it really difficult. So we need to get a solar ship to go to a pirate system or a pirate space station. We also need to find 5 glyphs in order to use the portals. There's some people who only use 1 glyph. They're like, nope, we only need 1 and you're good to go. I need 5 for my run. And the reason why you want to do that, where's my Atlas knowledge? The reason why you want to do that is you can get pretty close to the center of the galaxy by using just the first glyph you get, the sunrise or sunset. However, if you make it like to where you need 5, that makes it way more difficult because you can't just jump in and go use a portal. You have to find 5 graves, which are very, very hard to find. Speaking of, let me go find another crash ship. Trying to find a solar ship. Nope, not going to find anything here. All right. Let's get out of here. Let's go. We found 1. So we're going to go to the other side of the freaking planet. There. I like how that ship looks. It would definitely keep it. Oh, this one or the fighter? The fighter looks pretty cool. I know you guys know that I love the hot rod nose on the fighter. Hot rod nose with the oh god, what wings? It's been so long since I've actually had to search for one. There's a gull wing. What the hell was that about? I didn't even fall that far. We're gonna have to get some carbon nanotubes. I gotta fix this dang thing. And now we need oxygen. Of course we need oxygen for this. Why would we not? We don't have any oxygen plants. We have condensed carbon. Let's see. Find me a crash ship, please. Twisted your ankle? Probably. There's all the pizza I had earlier. Weighed me down. All that pizza. That's an abandoned building. Not useful for me. I mean, you can go there and get a whole bunch of nanites, but right now I'm not trying to get nanites. Trying to get crash ships so I can find a solar ship, possibly. We are going to need more fuel because we're going to have to warp, I think. And metal is always good, but we need oxygen. See that oxygen over there? Nope, crystals. We're going to need launch fuel, so we need to get blue crystals, dihydrogen. We're going to need metal plating. I think launch fuel needs metal plating in order to produce it. Grab all this. Beautiful. Dun 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 dun. Out to Katru? says, my idea was when you interact with someone in the space station, a timer starts and you must warp out of that system within 15 minutes. It takes the Sentinels that long to react. That's a really cool. I like that kind of a rule. Like, you're allowed to land, and as soon as you interact with, like, an alien, it turns into a, oh, they called the authorities, and it's going to take 15 minutes for them to get to you. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that. No oxygen anywhere, huh? I need oxygen. There's no plants on this planet. It's a dead planet, but there should be oxygen plants. Like, there'll be a little oxygen like a bulb. They won't give you normal vegetation. We'll just ride for a minute. I know, Sentinels, get out of my way. I think I see a lot of oxygen over here. Yes, I do. Heck yeah. I will take all your oxygen. Wait a minute. Yes, I will take all your oxygen. We're going to need a lot of it. For my suit, but also for making fuel. We need oxygen, condensed carbon, ferrite dust, that kind of stuff. There we go. So now let's fix our freaking life support. There. So make that one while we're here. There we go. So I think we're going to need some more dihydrogen. Blue crystals. What should we have here? Oh, God. Okay, we have a lot. Never mind. We have a lot. We need some ferrite dust. That's what we need. Oh, my God. I didn't realize I had a full stack already. So, yeah, let's get some ferrite dust. That way we can make our metal plating. I mean, theoretically, we could just get uranium. Uranium is very good for launch fuel. However, we need to get a solar ship, dang it. Any graves around here? No? That means you need to know exactly what you're going to do and get ready to warp. Exactly, which is kind of cool. I like that idea. When you go into a space station, you have that mindset of, I need to know exactly what I'm doing. Go right to the upgrade station. I need to get some upgrades out of that freaking kiosk really quickly. Go in there, make sure I have my nanites ready to go. And I'm just in there, in and out quickly. Have you ever looked into the No Man's Sky service bot site? It's where I get the full-scale Venator ship, which was also why I could only get to play on PS5 and not on PC. I have not. I have not. I mean, I would always be wary of that kind of stuff. Like, hopefully you're not paying for that. You shouldn't. Don't be paying for stuff like that. If you need to, go to the No Man's Sky Reddit and just look for that. It'll tell you exactly, if you want to find something, it'll tell you the location of where you can get one. Don't pay for stuff. I love those oxygen patches. Yes. Jason gets into the game he plays. Yes. You can also do a rant. I don't know if you guys are wanting a rant. I'm sure you guys are missing my rants, right? I've just been having a really cool, chill week. I finally, when I talked to them and they said they were or able to turn on my fiber in my house, that they hooked me up, I was really excited. Like, heck yes. Finally. So I'm super pumped up about that. All right. We can make plates. Let's do 3, and then we can make fuel. 1, 2, 3. That did not use a lot. Oh, my God. There we go. My goodness. Like, we got a lot of fuel out of that. Okay, we'll keep that. I mean, that was way more than I thought. We only need 1 canister to refill my tank, so that works for me. It's no rant Friday. Okay, Adventure, we can do that. Abandoned building. I know. I don't want to do it, though, because, I mean, we get the nanites for that, but I don't need nanites, really. I need to get to a space station. That way I can start, like, selling off all my stuff. Like, I have a whole bunch of ships I need to get rid of. I have a whole bunch of, like, items I can sell. Like, we can't use a multi-tool expansion slot, so I can get rid of that. I don't know why I have 299 Mordite. I have no idea why I have that. Sure, we'll get move some of this over, just because. There we go. Got room here. All right. But yeah, we need to go. I don't want to deal with that building. Thank you, Xenostorm. I appreciate that. Prometheus says the No Man's Sky Reddit community is great. Anything you want to find, people help, dude. And there's 10 years worth of people finding stuff. Some of the older posts you have to be wary of because things get changed every once in a while. Like, I think any post before 2022 is probably not relevant anymore, because in 2022, I think 2022 or 2021, we had the living ship update, and that changed all the ship locations. And so if you're looking for a ship, you don't want to use any post before 2022, because it won't be relevant. They won't actually be there. You know, and then with the Worlds Part 1 and 2 update, it changed some of the planets and some of the animals. And so if you're looking for animals or planets, you might not want to change or look up anything before that, which would have been 2024. So yeah, if you want to, you know, focus on the more recent posts, then absolutely. And then, at the same time, you can also just post and say, hey, has anyone found this cool animal or this cool looking ship? I'm looking for a hauler with wings like this, but I need it to be blue instead of red or whatever. And I'm willing to bet there's going to be someone who's like, oh yeah, I got that. It's right here. Boom. And it'll give you the portal glyphs right there to that planet. I think I'm far enough. I'm trying to fly far enough away from the other, the abandoned building so I don't get the rejection when I use the signal booster. That's what I'm doing. Or just nothing. Dang it. Nearby building already marked. Well, thank you. I guess we really got to go. So let's go over there. So other side of the friggin' planet. I mean, this is technically a moon. I could probably run around and get it done. So maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do some running and jumping and just picking up stuff like that. Because it is pretty small. Again, it's a moon. Basically, the Venator is a full-scale recreation of a Corvette ship that's almost as big as my freighter. Nice. Heck yeah. Cool. Jason, Reddit is the best place to ask for people to find specific starships. They will tell me the locations. I mean, there's not a guarantee that they will, but they are very, very helpful. So if someone has found one, they're probably going to share it with you. Like, oh, yeah, I found one of those over here. These are the coordinates or whatever. But it's not a guarantee because maybe you want something that no one has found yet. So that's always a possibility, is that you found or you want something that someone has not found. Come on, be a crashed solar ship. Come on, be a crashed solar. It is that looks like a smashed freighter. Or transmission tower. Okay. Well, we're not going to worry about that one. Let's make sure our fuel is full. And let's just go jumping around for a little while. We're going to head south. It looks like south is the way to go. Let's go do that. And being on a lifeless planet or a low-gravity planet is awesome because you can jetpack for way farther. And so you can kind of jetpack, and as you're jetpacking, there's not a lot out here. As you can see, there's not a lot of stuff going on. However, you can travel a lot farther and a lot faster. Look at that. I'm just zipping along here.
At Rakdos Rover has become a traveler. Jason, are you on the run again? 3 years now.
Forever.
Smiley face emoji.
Forever, Rakdos. Thank you for being a member for 36 months over there on YouTube. 3 years. That's freaking awesome, man. 07. Or you can find an unknown grave like that. Beautiful. This is grave number 3. We are rocking and rolling, you guys. We might actually get this this Fugitive Run actually finished. Look at how fast I'm going. Look at that. That's craziness. Because we're on a lifeless planet, a low atmosphere planet. Covered 600 units in like 10 seconds. Like, look at that. Beautiful. So this is grave number 3. We just need 2 more after this. And we're going to get a random upgrade out of this, or a random technology. We don't know if it's an upgrade or maybe it's an actual technology. Let's see what we got. A pulse engine module. That's fine. That's cool. Nothing around here, so let's keep going south. Won't transmission tower give you a ship or freighter locations? It will, Douglas. However, we're trying to stay away from buildings because we're a fugitive. We will get caught. They have security cameras. Even though this is an abandoned planet, a dead planet, they still have security cameras. So the only buildings we're allowed to go into are abandoned buildings after we get all the eggs, or we can go into a outlaw space station. Other than that, the buildings are off limits simply because we want to make the game more difficult. But if you're role playing, you're going to be a fugitive. You don't want to get caught by cameras. And so we imagine that they have cameras. We're believing they have cameras in that normal building. Abandoned buildings are different. They're abandoned, so even if they had security cameras, it's been abandoned for so long that the security cameras do not work. That's at least the role-playing explanation I would say. I would use would be that. Look at this. There's nothing here. We get some salt. We don't need salt. Ancient data structures. I mean, we could go over there because they might give us some drop pod charts. So that's always useful. Boom, boom. Like that one. Exosuit upgrade chart. We got 1. 1 out of 4? Yep, 1 out of 4. That's fine. We don't need the navigation data. You can use that for charts, but you have to go to a space station for that. We can't go to space stations. Is this a challenge? It is, Dishy Stork. It is a challenge. So part of it is we set our rules. So if I go to my options, my difficulty, I set all of my difficulty settings to the highest they will go. So this is actually even more difficult than permadeath. So I've set everything up to as high as it will go for difficulty. And then on top of that, we're also role-playing, meaning we're not allowed to talk to any aliens. There's no setting for that. But we're going to say we can't talk to any aliens because we're a fugitive. We can't go to any buildings that are inhabited or not inhabited, like in the case of a dead planet, because either the aliens will turn us in to the authorities because we're an outlaw, or they have security cameras, and so we'll be caught on security camera. The only buildings we're really allowed to go into are abandoned ones because all the security cameras are busted, or the outlaw space stations because outlaws will not turn you in. So they're fellow outlaws. They're pirates. And so they won't turn you in. And the only aliens you're allowed to deal with are outlaws. So like sometimes you'll have aliens that will land, NPCs that will land for you. They're black market merchants. And so they are outlaws. So that's okay. You can talk to them. You cannot talk to any normal aliens like at a space station or whatever. Even the space anomaly is off limits because the other travelers will turn you in because you're a fugitive. I should have used a freaking life support gel, but okay, whatever.
At Bradstrong 6992 has become a traveler. 10 years NMS soon.
Yes.
Could next update be last?
No, I don't think so. I think 10 years is going to be a big milestone. Hopefully it's a big update, but I don't think it'll be the last update for No Man's Sky. And again, that's speculation. Who knows? Maybe it is. Maybe it is the final update, but I don't think it will be. I believe, I think, or speculate, whatever you want to call, whatever you want to say, in my opinion, I guess, they will still continue to support No Man's Sky for a long time after this, but I have a strong suspicion that once Light No Fire releases, whenever that happens to be, the No Man's Sky updates will slow down. So right now, we get an update for No Man's Sky every 2 to 3 months. Every, like, 8 to 12 weeks. Every, you know, what would that be? Every 6 times a year, 4 to 6 times per year, we're getting updates for No Man's Sky. I think they're going to slim that down when Light No Fire comes out, and it might be like twice a year or once a year we get a big update for No Man's Sky. That's what I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they continue to support both. However, Hello Games is a very small studio compared to other places. And so I would imagine that it would be very stressful to keep up with both games at the same rate. So I would venture a guess that they will slow down updates for No Man's Sky. Not get rid of them, not stop them, just slow them down. And say, hey, look, guys, twice a year we'll update No Man's Sky, but we're going to focus on Light No Fire. Or maybe it's once a year. We'll have one big summer update for No Man's Sky. Every summer we release one update or something like that. But maybe I'm wrong. But I can't see them getting rid of or stopping any updates for No Man's Sky. At least not yet. I don't think they've run out of ideas for the game yet. Oh, we have a building, unknown building over here. Please be a crash ship. Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know. Well, there you go, Xenostorm. Heck yeah. Big fan. Keep it up. Well, Dishy, heck yeah, man. I appreciate it. 07. That's a crash ship. It's not a solar ship. It's a crashed hauler. Let's see. Is it a good one? It's an A-class hauler. We will take this one. All right. So now, can I fix this up? I don't know if I have the materials to fix it. And we got that. And we need a jelly. So it's fixed. And it has a working A-class shield. So we will take this. So yeah, there we go. Now we're good. Now let's grab the upgrade out of here. We have a cadmium drive already. Let's see what else we can get. I usually don't go this deep into the upgrades. What do we get? Effigy. Oh, I picked the wrong. Ah, dang it. I picked the wrong one. I got some launch fuel as well. I don't need that. And we got a multi-tool expansion slot as well. My God, we got a lot of stuff out of there. No Man's Sky is an incredible game. It is, Xenostorm. It is. I love it. I have almost 3,000 hours. I think I'm at 2,700 and something hours. So I'm over 2,700. So I played it a lot over the last 8 years. I didn't start when the game released. I didn't jump into No Man's Sky until 2018, 2 years after. But I've enjoyed my last 8 years with the game and sharing it with all you guys. Having fun. I hope they allow the replay of all expeditions, as I don't think they will still be going on when Light No Fire comes out. I think they will. I think we'll get expeditions, but again, it might be slimmed down. They might, because right now, they're kind of testing Prometheus having longer expeditions. Like the Swarm expedition was all based on like community feedback, doing missions and stuff. I think they're testing out a system to make expeditions longer. And so we could theoretically get an expedition in the future that is a 6-month long expedition. I hope they don't do that because I don't think it was good. However, it appears that they might be testing ways to make them longer like that. Extend out those times and have people come back for different milestones. And so we might start seeing, oh, we have a 6-month expedition, and after a couple months, it unlocks one more step. Like phase 1 is for the first couple months. Phase 2 is for the second couple months. And then Phase 3 is the last 2 months. They could theoretically do that. They can just, like, time gate all of the phases if they wanted to. I don't know if that would be good, though. I don't like it. But they theoretically could do that. And so if you're updating the game once a year, you put out, an expedition that lasts for 6 months. Okay. But yeah, I do agree. I hope that there is some way to play the older expeditions, but I don't know. We've been asking for that for a while. We haven't seen it yet. Not yet. We have all that. We're good, we're good, we're good. PB Holt says, I tried the Taco Bell fries. I still prefer the Red Robin ones, but thanks for the referral. Dude, I absolutely love the Taco Bell fries. No, the Red Robin fries are good as long as you have the extra seasoning salt on the table. Like, for me, I like my fries to have extra seasoning on them. That's why I prefer the Taco Bell fries, because they season the crap out of those Taco Bell fries. And so if I go to Red Robin, those big, thick steak fries, the steakhouse fries, are good, but I need that extra seasoning salt. I need all that seasoning salt. Don't give them any ideas. I know, dude. I keep telling them to get rid of the target sweeper. They still haven't done that yet, so I don't think they listen to me all the time. No more buildings around here. That's all right. Let's keep going south. Nothing. Draconic says that would be helpful to the builders of the recreational ships. His issue about having these big ships is that the third-person camera has to be moved in order for people to see where they're going in third person. But every update system fixes the third-person camera back to where it is supposed to be. I mean, and that is another thing, too. Every update introduces bugs and stuff. So, theoretically, if they're only updating the game once per year, they have a lot of time to go put out patches and fixes. And I think that will also alleviate a lot of the pressure, too. Because if you update the game once per year, like one big update in summer, oh, it's going to be a little bit rocky after the update. It always is, because there's going to be bugs. Give it a month, and it'll be all fixed, and then you don't have to worry about bugs again for another year or 9 or 12 months. Because you don't update every other month, right? And so it kind of takes the pressure off of, oh, man, we have to fix this bug really quick, and oh, my God, it's a pain in the butt. And then if we do it now, is it going to fix it in the next update, or is the next update going to break it again? It's like, no, we got a year. We'll figure it out. We'll get it all done. It'll be nice and better. Hopefully. I mean, ideally, hopeful. But again, all speculation. No idea. Faithful Mess says, I'm only upset that the Swarm expedition, because I couldn't get back in after the update, it kept crashing. Oh, no, dude. Well, hopefully, that's a building. Hopefully, they do a replay of it. They usually do. At the end of the year, we're talking November, December, January. They do the expedition replays, and it's usually for the year of expeditions. So the Swarm expedition should be in there. And they'll generally modify it because it's a shorter time period. And so you don't have to worry about, oh, it's going to take 6 weeks to do it or whatever. So theoretically, you'll have another crack at it. But yeah, that sucks a lot. Get over here. That's a good way to test it. I don't have any room for anything else except for exosuit upgrade charts. And so I know these are not upgrade charts because it won't let me pick them up. That's pretty good. That's pretty smart. Accidentally smart on that one. No buildings and no graves. So let's continue on. What is the rant for the day? I don't know. What are you guys thinking? What is the rant? I know that PSN went down earlier today. All digital future. Sorry, you can't log in though. That is the biggest, like, Achilles tendon, whatever you want to call it, for all of these companies wanting to go digital only. It's like, yeah, that sounds great. And everyone says, oh, and what do you don't have internet? It's 2026. Don't you have internet? It's like, I don't care about my internet. My internet sucks anyway. What happens when PlayStation Network goes down? It doesn't matter how fast your internet is if you can't connect to the servers. And that's the issue. All of a sudden now I can't play my games because I can't connect to the servers? That's kind of bogus, right? That's the issue. I think that Twitch went down earlier as well, like earlier in the day. Like there were some servers, the Amazon servers went down, and because Twitch runs off of Amazon servers, Twitch went down. So that's the Achilles heel of, yeah, go all digital, don't worry about it. Until that one day where you're trying to watch a movie or something, or you're trying to play a game, and sorry, servers went down. Well, great, thanks. I have the best internet in the world, and I still can't connect because the servers went down. Awesome. So, yeah. Let's rant about limited edition flavored chips and sodas we fall in love with and then they're gone. I know, I hate that too. And I feel like there's a part of me that knows it's probably like they're not selling enough of those chips or those sodas, and so they're never, if they're only selling to me, then of course they don't care. But it's always the one that I like that just gets discontinued. It's like, why? Why do you hate me? Another fighter. We do not need another fighter. It looks good, though. Well, let's see. Is it an A class? It is a C class. We don't care about this one. All right. We can't collect all of them because we're going to run out of room eventually. And I need to get a freaking solar ship. And so we won't claim this one. However, we'll get the technology. We'll get all that. So let's see what we get out of here. Wait a minute. Let's convert that copper into chromatic metal.
Technology recharge.
That way we can get rid of it. And while we're doing that, let's see what technology we have. Come on, give me a blueprint for something good. Plasma launcher. Okay, we got that. And, ooh, combat scope. Wow, we got two for one. I don't need that, though, so we need to go in here and go to my log and turn that off. I hate when they pin it. Like, great, thanks. I don't need that, though. So let's see. Do we have any room? We do. Have chromatic metal? We do. Thank God. No, Jason, I have a rant for you. Black Flag Resynced is not a remake or remaster. It is the next game in the series. I don't know about that. Is that what people are saying, Scar? I don't know about that, because theoretically it's very similar to what they did with Oblivion remastered. It is not quite a remake, but it's more than a remaster, but it's not a remake. Because it's the same game, the same story beats, same missions, but they changed some gameplay elements and they changed the graphics, of course. And so it's not quite a remaster because when you change gameplay, like you change the combat, it's not the same. But it's not quite a remake because it's the same missions, it's the same voice acting, it's all the same stuff. So it's like in the middle, it's between. It's like a... Oh, remackerel? Is it a remackerel? We'll say a remackerel. It's a remackerel. Not quite a remake, but not quite a remaster. And it's the same thing for, again, the Oblivion remaster is the same thing. It's the same game, the story beats and stuff, but they overhauled the graphics. They overhauled like the leveling system and some of the controls and game mechanics, but not quite everything. I would argue the new Halo campaign Evolved is not a remaster and it's not a remake. It's in the middle. It's a half step between. We need a name for that. We do need a name for that because there's a lot of games doing that. Not a full remaster, but it's not quite a remake either. A remackerel. Yeah, it's something like that. Because, yeah, it's like, it's more than just a remaster, but they didn't go like full Resident Evil remake either. It's in between. Why do I still have 29 What the? I thought I... No, you know what? I'm not going to deal with you. We'll keep you in there for now. All right, we're going south. Any, Nope. All right. Looking for graves. Didn't get any graves there. So that's what, our second ship that we found just by going on foot? There's a monolith. We might be able to get a what's it called? A new multi-tool out of this. It might be better than the one we currently have. So let's see. Stand back. We're going to respect the treasures. Really? Just going to give me health? Well, thanks, I guess. All right. Remonetized? In some cases, yeah. That is probably what they're doing with it. Because, like, I don't think a remaster is worth a full price, like, game. Like, a remaster should never be $70. It should be like $50 because they did do work on it. But $70 is too much. Like $50, okay, that's reasonable. I would ideally say it's going to be $40. But $50 is like, it's in the range. That's fine. It's not ideal, but it's fine. $40 is like the sweet spot of, okay, not quite a full price game, but they did do work and it's a really good remaster. Okay. It's a $40 game. That's fine. What's the death count yet? 0! We cannot die. If we die, we have to start out completely over again. Because we're playing on permadeath. So no deaths. Is that another grave? That's grave number 4. We are basically going to get our system done. At this point, we might have to just skip going to a pirate system. And we need to go find a sentinel ship. Because we need a sentinel ship in order to get to the center. But we might not even have to get a pirate ship, a solar ship. Because, my God, look at this. This is number 4. And we're going to get a technology, so we need to make room for that. I need to call in my ship. Because I got so much crap in my inventory. I'm going to call my ship in for this one. That way I can dump off a whole bunch of stuff. So let's call in the... Are you kidding me? I need 124%. I can only fill it to 100. Oh my God, I hate this game so much. This is the kind of stuff when you start messing with all of the options in here. They never play test any of these things outside of the normal. If you set it to normal, everything works as intended. If you play with any of these settings, God be with you, because it's not going to work. And so it's literally this right here, fuel usage. If you set it to expensive, all of a sudden you need more than your tank can freaking hold. And it's not, there should be a limitation, like, it should just limit it to 100%. Like, okay, I get it. Normally, it would take half my fuel in order to call my ship in. But if you're playing on extreme mode, it'll take the full tank. But it should never ask for more than 100%. Like, what the hell is that? What the hell is that? Why? Why? Why is it more than 100% to call in my friggin' ship? Call in a different ship? I probably should. I don't know if I could. I bet you all my ships are going to be 100%. I can't call in the pillar. Nope. I can call in my explorer, I guess. But I have all my good stuff in my other ship. That's the problem. And that used, 0%. Okay, I'll take that. Yeah, but the other one is also, I have my hyperdrive in there. I have all that stuff in there. Damn. Well, you're my new ship, I guess. You're my new ship until I can figure out how to call my other one in. I need 10 chlorine for that. We could probably do that. I don't have a shield in this one. We can fix that, though. Here, let's do that. If it's going to be my new ship, I have to fix all this stuff. We'll do that. If I can put a shield in there. That way it has extra shields in it. All right. This is my new one. Okay, that's the worst bug I've ever seen. Oh, there's a lot of that kind of stuff, Shalamancer. Especially, you don't really notice them until you start messing with the difficulty sliders. Again, speculation on my part, but I assume, and it feels like, whenever they playtest the game, they only playtest on normal mode, because that's what 90% of people play on, is normal. They don't playtest all the difficulty settings. Number one, it's probably impossible because there's how many different combinations you can make with all that. It's probably impossible. But number two, they don't have a lot of people, so they have to focus on what people are mostly playing, which is normal mode. It just sucks when you try to do a challenge like this and you're like, well, that thing is broken. This thing is broken. We know that combat is broken. Sometimes these sentinels just never stop. They always are following you. You have to literally quit and reload your game. You know, things like that. It's just like, okay, that's kind of weird. But it's a bug because they don't play on that difficulty. Anyway, I have room in my inventory now, so let's grab the upgrade out of here. So now we have 4 out of 16. And they gave us a movement module. It's a C class, I think. Yeah. C class is not our deal. So now we have our Explorer has a 100% launch thruster. Let's test this out real fast. Okay, so I can call it in. I'm allowed to call it in. All right, we'll keep going south now. We know you're good. If we find one more grave before we can find a solar ship, we're just gonna skip going into a what's it called? Into a pirate system or station because we won't need to. We just need to go get a what's it called? A sentinel ship. That's all we need. Oh, and then a portal, of course, but you need a sentinel ship to go through the center. You need a solar ship in order to enter a pirate space station. So we might be able to just skip the pirate space station if we're lucky enough. Maybe Hello Games knows that Jason doesn't like asymmetrical explorers. Yeah, probably. That's probably what they do. They're doing it to me on purpose, Douglas. They know that's going to drive me nuts. Like, oh no, I don't want it. Is this a building or is it a crash ship? Maybe it's a crash solar because they know. They know that I'm about to get all my stuff. Nope, it's a building. So it is a ancient ruin, which we can go interact with, but doesn't really benefit us in any way. So it doesn't really matter. Like the ancient ruins they don't have any cameras in the ancient ruins. But they don't really give me anything other than money. You can get an ancient artifact and sell it, but Space Weasel says, I will happily playtest No Man's Sky all day in all settings for quite a reasonable salary. Dude, I do that anyway. Like, it's a double-edged sword for sure. I love the fact that Hello Games is a very small company because, at least in my experience, the larger the company becomes, the more layers of bureaucracy you have to contend with. Meaning, like, the example would be Bethesda Game Studios. Bethesda in 2005 had a very small crew. There was not that many people working at Bethesda. And so, because there's not a lot of people, they were able to pump out a whole bunch of stuff. You pump out, Oblivion, and then a whole bunch of DLC, and then you go over to Fallout 3, you pump out that game and a whole bunch of DLC. You're able to knock it all out really easy. Because if someone has an idea, they walk over to Todd's office and say, hey, Todd, how about we do this for a DLC? And he says, cool, and that's it. Over the years, they get larger and larger and larger. They start hiring more and more people. And then it becomes, oh, I have this really cool idea for Fallout 5. Well, you have to talk to your manager, and your manager has to talk to regional. Regional has to talk to this other manager. And so you have to email back and forth, and it has to go up 14 chains of management. And then Todd gets it and says, that's a really cool idea, Jason. You should do it. But that has to go back down through 14 people. So by the time I get the okay to do it, like, yeah, you could do it, it's like 2 or 3 months later. So you don't want that either. You don't want to have so many people that you have to email you, and it has to be approved by this arm of the company. And we have to rope in finance because we have to make sure we have enough money in payroll. And then we have to rope in HR because now we have people stressed out because they're doing this job and that job. And then we have to rope in upper management because the roadmap might have to change. And then we have to rope in Xbox because Xbox has to approve it. It's like, oh my God. Just don't do anything. So that's kind of the other side of the coin. But the downside of being a small crew is you don't have a lot of people. And so there's going to be things that slip through the cracks because we only got 60 people here, and more than half of them are working on the new content, and then the other half are working on Light No Fire, and so we got 2 people that are trying to play test the game. They're trying to find all the bugs that they possibly can, and they do a pretty good job, but they're not perfect, and they're not like, they're not omnipresent. They can't find everything. So there you go. There's your rant. There's your rant for the day. Nunez says, my buddy works as a tester at Ubisoft. He said they are working on even more Assassin's Creed game updates. Oh, dude, yeah, I bet. I bet now that Black Flag Resynced is popular, I just hope, and I bet you they won't learn this lesson. I hope they learn the lesson of, hey, look, people really like these old school Assassin's Creed games. We should probably go back to what made Assassin's Creed Black Flag, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, Revelations. What made those games really, really cool, and kind of drop all the new stuff that people are getting burned out on or don't like. I don't think they're learning that lesson. I think they're learning the lesson of, everyone loves remasters and remakes. We should probably just keep doing that. Let's never make a new Assassin's Creed game ever again. Let's just trash them all, and let's just start remaking all the games all over again. We're going to remake Brotherhood and Revelations and whatever else. Any game that was popular, we're going to remake that. Unity. We're remaking Unity again. That's what I'm afraid of. Because that seems to be what every company is kind of taking the lesson from. They see these games popular, like Oblivion Remaster. They think, oh, it's not that they like that kind of game, it's that they like remasters. It's like, no, we want that kind of game. If you made another Elder Scrolls that was exactly the same as Oblivion, it would be amazing. But they're never going to do that. They just think, oh, it's a remaster thing. They like remasters. Let's just keep making remasters. Without thinking, oh, why do they like the remaster? Oh, because they like that kind of a game. That's the game they want, not the new stuff we're making. Can't be that. Cash Cow is the new thing. I mean, I think Cash Cow was the new thing. For a while, it was hop on the whatever bandwagon of the moment was. And it was, for a long time, it was Fortnite. And then it turned into Battle Royales. Now it's extraction shooters. But it's the flavor of the moment. And I think a lot of these companies, I mean, hopefully, maybe, maybe fingers crossed, maybe they've learned their lesson, or maybe they haven't. I think a lot of companies were going all in on live service games thinking they could all win. And the problem that they ran into was, oh, people can only play so many live service games. If every game is a live service game, nobody's going to play them because they don't have time for all of them, right? So hopefully they learned that lesson, but I don't know if they have. But yeah, so I'm hoping we see a resurgence of the single-player games, the big RPGs that are not massively. I'm not talking like 100 hours. That's ridiculous. But give me more RPGs at the level of like a Mass Effect, a 30 to 40 hour RPG, something I can play for like a solid month or two, and then move on to the next game. That's money. That's money worth right there. That's value. It's good, but it's not unreasonable. Of you need to log in every single day and do your dailies and blah blah blah, because people can only handle like one or two of those in their life. And then they're like, dude, I can't get another one of those. I'm done. I'm good. But give me an RPG that's like 30 to 40 hours. I'll take that. Or in the case of Jason, 30 to 40 hours is like 2 weeks. That's about 2 weeks worth of content. But for a normal person, that's like a month or two. For, a person that has a life and, doesn't just play games constantly every day, all day. I'm hoping that's what we see. It feels like, at least it appears, Xbox is going to try to do that with Asha and Bethesda. They want to release more Fallout games. They want to release Elder Scrolls faster than 2050 or whenever Todd decided whatever that day was going to be. They want it to actually happen. They don't want to just spend the next 20 years making one game, which I can appreciate. And they want to actually use all that stuff instead of saying, hey, look, you get a Fallout game every 20 years now. Every generation or every other generation, you'll get a Fallout game. And then, an Oblivion, or an Elder Scrolls game. We have, what is it? We have the 2 new RPGs coming out in 2027. They're like the Mass Effect style of game. I can't remember what they're called. There's 2 of them, though. At first, I thought it was just one game, but no, they're 2 separate games. Oh, God, I can't remember what they're called. I can't remember. My brain's not working. But yeah, there's 2 of them coming out early next year. So I can't wait for those. Those seem like really awesome. Again, really solid RPGs that are probably going to be about 30 to 40 hours long. Enough content there to keep you busy for a couple of months. World of Chorecraft. It gets like that, Mad. And I get it. There are games that, I did that for Arc Raiders for months. I would get in, I would do my weeklies, I would do my dailies in Arc Raiders. I love that kind of style of game. But I can only handle one of those games. I want to play games that are fun and I don't have to log in every single day. And you feel that chore of, I got to log in today or else I'm going to lose my streak. Or I'm going to lose my stuff. I better log in. I got to do my missions today. But if every game is like that, then you're going to get burned out on like, no, I don't even want to pick it up because I don't have time for that. I'm already doing one over here. I don't need another one of those. And I'm hoping that these game developers are seeing that and going, nah, we probably shouldn't do one of those because there's already enough of those and people are not wanting another one to throw in the pile. Exodus? Yes, Exodus is one of them. Exodus, there's 2 of them though. Exodus and oh, there's something else. Okay. I have to look it up now because my brain, it's going to drive me nuts if I can't find it or if I can't think of it. Upcoming sci-fi RPGs. Exodus, The Expanse, Osiris Reborn, and Star Wars Zero Company is another one, I guess, huh? So Exodus is one, and Expanse is another one. For whatever reason, in my head, they were the same game. They are not. They're 2 separate games. Exodus and Expanse. They're 2 separate games. But they both have that Mass Effect, like third-person group RPG kind of feel, and they're both coming out next year, like early next year. So that's what they are. I just did a Google search, Maximus. I just had to Google search really fast because I needed to know what the name of those games were. Yeah, they're 2 separate games. I don't know why in my brain they were the same. I kept seeing trailers and going, man, this game looks way different than the last time I saw it. Like, yeah, no kidding, Jason. It's a separate game, you dummy. Do we have any room? Oh, we do have room. Okay. Oh, we need some ferrite dust. Because you know I'm going to break my jetpack. And you need ferrite dust to fix it. And this freaking Sentinel won't leave me alone. I don't work for a game developer, Richard says. I wasted so many hours at Ark breeding dinos on official servers. I will never do another game where I have to do daily tests to gain a reward. I mean... Richard, I agree with you, but I know myself too. I know I will get sucked into another game. There's going to be a game that comes out. It's going to have some kind of a weekly or a daily login reward style system. And if it's good enough, I will be there, just like in Ark Raiders. I jumped in on Ark Raiders when it first came out, and I did the first, I think, 3 character resets. I was doing dailies to get my my credits. I was doing all of that. I was logging in to get all that stuff done, and I finally burned out. I got tired of the PvP aspect of it. Because for whatever reason, I kept getting thrown in with PvPers, and I'm like, dude, I don't shoot anyone. I am the nicest Ark guy ever. I am a good guy Ark Raider. And they keep throwing me in with PvPers, and I finally just say, nah, I'm good. I've gotten way more than my money's worth out of the game. I grabbed it. I loved it. I played it for like, I think, 200 or 300 hours. I'm good. I got way more than my money's worth out of it, so I'm done. I'm good. But I love that style of game. And again, they had their dailies. So I know that there's going to be a game that comes out, and I'm going to love the crap out of it, and there's going to be some kind of a daily or a weekly event thing to keep you coming back, and I will be sucked in, and I will do it. How long I will? I don't know. And I'm not doing a lot of those, so it's not like I have a list of, oh, I got to log into this game and that game and this other game and the 4th game and a 5th game. No, I got room in my life for one of those. One. No Man's Sky is the only game worth doing every daily and weekend mission all for the expeditions. No other game is worth the effort. I mean, to a certain point. Like, because I've been playing for 8 years, Darth. I have all of the Quicksilver items. And so now I need to log in and start doing my dailies again because I'm finally running out of Quicksilver. But for a long time, I had more than enough Quicksilver to buy everything. I was doing my dailies. I was doing my weekend events. And so I had way more than enough. Now it's like, okay, I haven't done a weekend event in a while. I haven't done my dailies in a while, so I'm getting low on Quicksilver. But yeah, it gets to a point where you're like, I'm ahead of the curve. I have all that stuff. I'm good. It's a shame that PvP ruined Arc Raiders. I think it was not the PvP aspect. I think that they weren't ready for how popular it was going to be. I thought, in my opinion, it feels like they thought it was going to have some success. They were hoping for a good number of players, but not 400,000 or 500,000 players. And when you have that many players, you get pulled in a million different directions because there's a lot of players emailing you, giving you feedback on what they like, what they don't like. And so they weren't ready for the overwhelming flood of, you need to keep PvP. No, you need to take it away. You should add this. You should add that. And so it feels like they kind of were overwhelmed with all of the feedback. And instead of doing any of it, they did none of it. And they slowed down. I think a couple months ago, they announced that they were going to do one major update per year. And I'm like, wow, that's not enough. Wow. But I feel like it's because they weren't ready for it. They didn't know it was going to be that popular. And so it's one of those the people kind of bounced off the PvEers. They bounced off Crimson Desert came out. Other games came out that they wanted to play, and they're PvEers. So they're like, I'll come back later on. And then they just never did, because by the time they went back, in my case, I would go in there, I would play a couple rounds and go, dude, I don't need this stress in my life. I'm just trying to get in, do my dailies, get some materials, upgrade my stuff, and I'm getting murked at the extraction every time. And I'm like, dude, I just don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm good. I don't need this in my life. I'll go pick another game up. I'll go play Conan Exiles and get pissed off at that game. That's another game I can do. If I want to get pissed off, I'll just play Conan Exiles. Yeah. Marine Metal says, Jason, do you know if there's any more than one grave per site per planet? Yeah, we've already found 2 on this one, Marine. So I believe, I don't know what the number is, but every planet, every planetoid, planetary body, so moons, regular planets, ginormous planets, they have the potential for more than one location of a certain type. So you'll have more than one crash ship. You'll have more than one abandoned building. That kind of stuff. But that number changes depending on the planet type. For instance, we're on a dead planet right now. It's going to have less of the normal buildings. It's going to have less observatories. It's going to have less transmission towers. It still will have them, but there's far less on a lifeless planet. Whereas on a Verident planet, it's going to have more. If you're on an anomaly planet, it's an anomaly, so it's not going to have any buildings, really. It'll have some things here and there, but nothing really, because it's an anomaly. If it's a gas giant, it's going to be different setup than the other ones. So depending on the planet type, it will have more or less. But I believe, and again, I could be wrong, I believe every planet has a multiple number of locations. Graves, abandoned buildings. It's just the number will change. So on a normal planet, you might have, throwing a random number, this is not the exact number, you might have 500 abandoned buildings on any normal planet. But if you go to a dead planet, it might only have 100 abandoned buildings. On a dead planet, there might be 500 crashed ships because it's a dead planet. But on a normal planet, there might only be 250 because it's a normal planet and you can get help, things like that. So there's going to be a variety, a changing of that. But yeah, we already found 2 on this dead planet. There's probably more than that. I would guess there's probably at least a handful, at least 5 to 10, if not more. But it's one of those deals where it's hard to find them. They don't mark them out for you easy, and they're really spread out. So, is there 5 or 10? Yeah. Are you going to find them all? Probably not, unless you search every square inch of the planet. And I'm sure there's somebody out there who has spent hours and hours, hundreds of hours, walking over every square inch of a planet to see every single building and count it all. There's probably some crazy man who's done it. Gary says you could find hundreds of graves on the same planet if you exploit the hazardous flora mission in the Nexus. I mean, you could do that too. But I think if you just do a normal no exploit run, if you just land on a planet and you walk over every square inch of that planet, you will find multiple graves. How many? I don't know. I know it's more than 5. I've seen a planet have more than 5 on it, so I'm guessing the average is over 5. But again, depending on the planet type, if it's a dead planet, if it's a normal planet, if it's an anomaly planet, it's going to change the number. If it's a gas giant. If it's a water planet, I'm sure that changes it because as far as I know... You know what? I don't know for sure. I'm pretty positive, I'm 80% sure graves do not appear underwater. However, that might have changed for, specifically, water planets. They might have changed that rule. But I've never found a grave under the water. So, is it possible? Absolutely, it's possible. I'm pretty sure you could probably find somebody who has found a grave underwater. But I don't think it's likely, and I've never personally found a grave underwater. So I would say if it happens, it's probably very rare, and it's probably like a weird bug versus a normal thing. But again, maybe not. Maybe it's just how the luck of the draw, and I just didn't get lucky. I didn't find a grave under the water because I'm just very unlucky with water stuff. So that could be it too. We technically only need one more grave, and we will be done with... Well, not done with the run, but we can definitely go to a... we found a monolith. We can search for a monolith. And find a portal and get that done. Does the signal booster find graves? As far as I know, it does not, Matt. So the signal booster will find buildings that have a save beacon near them. So if you fire off the signal booster, it is just looking for the save beacons, the little radar antenna that is outside of buildings. Graves do not have it. Ancient ruins do not have it. The fossil, the fossil dig site do not have it. So there's some building locations that will not be marked by the signal booster simply because they don't have the save beacon on them. Now, you can go buy charts and you can get them that way, but the signal booster will not find it. The charts will, though. So if you go to a space station, you can buy a chart. Like you can get a you can't get a grave chart. You have to talk to a traveler to get their graves. You have to find out where they came from, and they'll mark a grave for you. But you can find a chart at the space station that will look for the fossil sites, that kind of stuff. So that's as far as I know. As far as I know. In all my testing, I haven't seen that happen. Could it be like that I'm very unlucky and it does do that? Sure. I don't think so, though. Again, or maybe there was a previous update that changed the rules. They have done that before. They've modified it to say, you know what, actually, it makes more sense if it did it that way anyway, so we'll change that. So they could always change the rules, too. You know, either a recent update or maybe a future update will change it and say, no, you can do that now. It's fine. Did I just cross over the South Pole? I think I did. Yeah, look at that. I'm crossing over the South Pole right now. Where is it? Right here. That's the South Pole right there. South Pole, right here. So now we know we have to go north. So we crossed over the South Pole. Jason plays giant and wins the contest. I'm hoping. I've used so many maps, I doubt it. It would have to be a 1 in a million chance. I mean, yeah. I know that, like for instance, when we go ship hunting, you get the emergency broadcasting charts. And those charts aren't a guarantee to find a crashed ship. However, they will find a crashed freighter. They will find a distress call for both a crash ship and for a pilot. They will find, what is it? There's 5 locations. Freighter, a distress beacon for a crash ship and a piloted ship. I believe they also find transmission towers and abandoned buildings. But there's 5 locations that the distress beacon charts will find. And so it's one of those things where if you know how to play the odds, you buy 10 of the charts, right? You fire it off and you find all 5 locations. And then you only go to one. You only go to your crash freighter. Because once you go there, it will unmark it for you. And if you only have 4 locations marked. So you know that chart will only mark a crash freighter again because that's the only one left. And so you can use that to your advantage of, if you're looking for a crash ship, fire off 5 of the charts. It'll mark all 5 locations. And then only go to the crash ship locations. And because you've wiped it off, you've been to that location, the destination will be removed. The next time you use the chart, it will only mark a crash ship. And you can just use that to your advantage over and over again. However, they can change that anytime they want. They can make it to where it just keeps marking the same location over and over. So in a future update, I wouldn't put it past them to say, no. You can fire off 10 different charts, 10 of the distress beacon charts, and it will mark 10 different frigate locations, crash freighters. They could do that, and that would ruin it. That would ruin it. Because then we wouldn't be able to force it to show us all the crash ships. They could. I don't think they have yet. But they can always do that. Anyway. Not transmission towers. What's the other location? Observatory. There you go, Gary. You got it. Observatory is the one. I knew it was 5 locations. I didn't know if it was going to be a transmission tower or an observatory. Why would an observatory be a distress beacon? I have no idea. But observatory. But yeah, so they can change the rules at any time. Just like it used to be that your signal booster would only mark one location at a time. Now, I can fire off my signal booster and it'll keep marking the same abandoned buildings over and over again. It'll give me 10 different abandoned buildings. They've removed that limitation. Now it just marks a random location nearby. And nearby is relevant. It's just like, hey, it could be a mile away. It could be 20 miles away. Nearby is relative. And so, yeah, it might mark a whole bunch of locations. What is that? That's oxygen. Oh, my God. Do I need oxygen? No, I don't. I do not need oxygen. Get out of here.
Technology recharge. Technology
Do not need oxygen, Jason. You do not need it. Anyway. That's always on the table, so I try to always, whenever I give a tip, I say, hey, it works right now. This is what I do for now. Because, again, who knows? 6 months from now, they might change it. Or they might add in something. Like, for a long time, Signal Booster was the only way to mark locations. And then they threw out an update. I believe it was right after the Beyond update, where they put in a chart location or a cartographer on the space station that gave you charts. And so it basically made your signal booster redundant because you could just go buy a chart for whatever you want instead of using the signal booster. So it's like, oh, man. But that was the go-to way back in the day. Go to a dead planet, put down your we still use it. Like I'm technically doing it right now. Go to a dead planet, put down a signal booster, and you will have more likely find crashed ships. However, it's not a guarantee. And now you can just get charts and do it easier that way. You can't start on airless. Jason found his ship first. Yeah. So I found my ship and came here. I don't think you can start on an airless planet. I don't think you can start on a dissident, a corrupted planet. I don't think you can start on a gas giant either, or a water planet. There's certain planets that are like considered too hard for beginners, and so they don't want to throw you on as a beginning, like a brand new save. They don't want to throw you on a gas giant because that would be unfair. It's really difficult. It's an extreme planet. Same thing for like a water planet. Like that would be too extreme. So there's certain planets that are like blacklisted that you cannot start on. You cannot spawn on with a new save. Now, Expedition's a different story though. Like we've started on, I don't think we've started on a water planet. We have started on a gas giant in the Expedition before. Not on a water planet yet, but again, Expeditions are a little bit different because they can start you off with whatever they want. They give you technology upgrades to start. So they can prepare you better on an Expedition versus a brand new save. You have to warp twice before dissonant content will render for you. Yeah, that is true as well. It's a weird bug, and I don't know why. Like, I get not starting you, like spawning you on a dissonant planet. But if I purposely, I fix my hyperdrive and I'm wanting to warp, let me go to a corrupted system immediately if I wanted to. They will not let you. You have to go to a different system first, and then they say, okay, if you're jumping around, then fine, you must know what you're doing. But they wait until your second jump before giving you access to the dissonant systems. Like, you can go there, but it converts it over. You won't be able to see any of that stuff. You can start on an airless planet, but it's very, very rare. I've never started on an airless planet before. So it has to be super rare. If it happens, it has to be super rare. Because, yeah, I've never started on an airless planet. I will say, more recently, I've had a lot of starts where I was on a salvage planet, which never generally happened before. Like, it's hard to find a salvage planet. But recently, I have been starting on a lot of, like, salvage junk planets, and I'm like, what the heck, this is amazing. So it's awesome when it happens, but it doesn't happen very often. So yeah, starting on an airless planet would be awesome because you get that awesome jetpack jump, and it'd be crazy. Like doing this from the beginning, just jumping around and exploring the planet like that would be awesome. I would love it. We're over an hour from our second one we had to call in because my first hauler ship needed 124% fuel. Outrageous. I don't have a lot of charts. Can't use them. Oh no, there's only two. That's not a lot. I mean, it's fine. It's great. Come on, chart. No. Don't need those two. Get out of here. I came from YouTube and I still haven't played the game, but it looks awesome. More. It's a really good game, and I would, if you have not played the game or bought the game, wait for a minute. Wait for a week or two. I have a feeling No Man's Sky, well, it is on sale on some platforms. Is it on sale on Steam? I don't know. Let me look. I don't know if it's on sale on Steam still. I know it was on sale on PlayStation. It's on sale right now, so never mind. I take it back. If you are interested, definitely grab it now. It's at 60% off. So if you're thinking about playing the game, you can get it on Steam right now for 60% off. Look at that. Boom. You can get it for $24 if you're in the US. Half off. More than half off. So if you're thinking about it, absolutely, now is the time. Get it. Now, we think there's an update coming out, and usually when there's an update, they put it on sale as well. So sometimes if you're interested, you're like, yeah, you know what? I think I might get it. Wait for sale. Wait for sale. Because it's constantly going on sale. And it's totally worth it. I mean, if you want to just get it anytime you want, absolutely. But it always goes on sale, so it might be to your benefit to wait. It goes on sale. $20. $24 technically. So yeah, it's $24 now. Yep, on PS5. Yep, do it, man. If you haven't bought it yet, that's a pretty good price. I say it's worth it. I've played this game all the time. I love No Man's Sky. So to me, it is well worth the price. It's worth $50 if you want to get it, $60 if you want to get it. However, if it's on sale, why not, right? Sale ends on July 27th. I don't know about that. Maybe. I have a feeling it might go back on sale again because we might be getting an update around that time. Because July 27th is this coming Monday, right? I think that's Monday. So depending on how the weekend goes, maybe we get an emoji today or over the weekend. If we get an emoji, that means an update's coming, which means it's probably going to go back on sale again. And it is regularly on sale. Like, I wonder how often we can check. You can check sales, right, on Steam? Price history. Can we go to SteamDB? Will SteamDB have the price history on there? There it is right there. Perfect. Ask and you shall receive. There it is. All right. So this is how often No Man's Sky goes on sale. Look at that. Last 2 years. It'll be full price and then drop down for sale. Every one of these little dips is a sale. Look at how often it goes on sale. Boom, 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 boom. So it's constantly on sale. So does it go back up? Yeah, absolutely. The regular price is $60, but it just goes down. It always goes down to like $23. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. And that's over 2 years. Over the last 6 months, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a sale? I guess it did go on sale. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. So basically like every month it's on sale on average. Over the last 6 months, it's been on sale 7 times. So, and this is on Steam. It's going to be different on PlayStation and Xbox, of course, but I would wager that it's probably very similar, if not the same as Steam. It's probably constantly going on sale for like the Steam summer sale or the Steam fall sale, or that update came out and it's on sale again. Look at that. Crazy. So yeah, it's constantly on sale. So I would highly recommend. Right now it's on sale, but it's not like this is the only time you're going to get it on sale. It goes on sale regularly. That was a dumb move to do. Almost messed myself up. It's worth every penny. I would say that too, faithfulness. Faithful mess. I'd say, for me, well worth it. It's worth it at full price. If you got it at $50 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I would argue you've gotten your money's worth and then some. With every update, it's all free. You don't have to pay for DLC. You don't have to. None of the updates, none of the DLC for the game has ever been paid. So we've gotten 10 years of free updates. 10 years, a decade of free updates. Absolutely worth it. You buy it now, and you know you're going to get all the next stuff for free. Every update is going to be included in that price, whatever you paid for it. There's some games like when I looked into like Conan Exiles, you see the game and then there's like hundreds of dollars of DLC, or like Destiny 2. I love Destiny 2, but man, it is intimidating to go look at that game and go, oh, I can get the game, it's free to play, but there's like hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of DLC that I need. What the? With No Man's Sky, nope. You buy the game and everything's included. It's all there. You don't got to worry about, oh, I need to buy this update or that update. Nope. It's all with it. Don't you worry about it. Oh, look at abandoned building. Yay. Don't need that. We found a building, though. On sale for every other update game and Steam and sale eventually, basically. Yeah, I know. It's just like it's on sale constantly. Every update, it's on sale. You get the Steam summer sale, Steam fall sale, the winter sale. So yeah, just constantly on there. And I'm sure Xbox and PlayStation do the same thing. It's on sale generally every update. And then if they have like a Black Friday sale or a summer sale or whatever, they probably put it on sale as well. Richard says he was doing a bunch of no HUD, no ship runs and then started deleting a few saves to make room and boom. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I did that. I did delete my main save. Made me sad. After I found out that I did it, I was mad at first. I thought my save got corrupted or something because I was like, what the heck? Where did it go? And then about like 3 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks later, I had someone mention it to me like, oh yeah, you totally deleted your save on stream. Damn it. So yeah. How many hours do you have on No Man's Sky? Dishes. I could show you on here. So on Steam, I have 2,710 hours on Steam. On Xbox, I think I have between 500 and 600 hours. On PlayStation, I probably have like 100 or 200, not a lot. On Nintendo Switch, I probably have another 20 to 30. So Steam is where I mostly play. I originally started on Xbox. That's why I have like between like 500 and 600 hours on Xbox. But I play mostly on Steam. So I have over 2,700 hours on Steam. And I'm still going. I'm still trucking. I love it. I've seen people, I think KJ has close to 5,000 or 8,000 hours. Like, there are people that have thousands and thousands and thousands of hours. So I have 2,000, but that's not even close to the highest I've ever seen. I've seen people with like 8,000 hours, 10,000 hours. I was watching when it happened, and that hurt my soul. Did it? Oh, Richard, dude. It hurt me afterwards, because I didn't realize for a couple weeks. And by then, it was all flushed, so I couldn't even get all my my cloud saves back. So that's why. I literally, on my desktop, I have a folder called No Man's Sky Saves, and I put the month on. It's like May. I think the last one I have is July 14th. I just backed up all my saves after the Swarm Expedition. So... maybe not even the 14th, maybe earlier, or maybe later than that. Maybe like July 18th or something like that. But I do have a backup of all my saves from July now, just in case. Ouday says 8,200 hours. That's crazy. But you pre-ordered it? Yeah. I didn't play it till 2018, but even then, you guys are... that's a crazy amount. It's awesome. Yay, Ford Allo. Ford Allo? Yay, Ford Allo. I'll call you Yay. What is a fugitive run? So, if you want the detailed explanation, there is a description down below in the YouTube channel, in the YouTube stream. But the short version is, it is a role-playing run where you play as a fugitive. You're on the run. You start a brand new save, and your whole goal is to get to the center of the galaxy without being caught as a fugitive. Now, being caught means going to any building that's inhabited by aliens, going to a space station, the space anomaly, because there's aliens there. They will rat you out. They will call the authorities and get you caught. You cannot interact with normal aliens. You can only interact with other pirates or outlaws. Those are the only interactions that are allowed. And you're trying to get to the center of the galaxy by doing that. It makes the game very difficult. Because normally, how you upgrade your character, how you upgrade your ship, is you go to the space station, you go to the space anomaly, and you buy the upgrades. You can't really do that when you're an outlaw because they will call the authorities on you. So it makes it a little bit of a twist on the game, and it makes it more difficult. But yeah, if you want the detailed description of all the rules and stuff, they're down below in the description on YouTube. That's tough. It is. And so we also, like, for me, I've thrown in some extra rules. I've made it to where I'm playing on the most extreme difficulty. So if you go into your difficulty menu, I put all of my settings to the highest they will go. So the most difficult settings we can get. I put them all at the most difficult. The other thing is, I've made a rule for myself to where I cannot enter an outlaw space station unless I have a solar ship. You have to have a particular ship to get in there. Also, in order to go through the center of the galaxy, you need a sentinel ship. So no other reason other than it makes it more difficult. Like, you could probably think of a reason like, oh, sentinel ships are designed to go through the center of the galaxy, so that's why you need one. Or, like in the instance of a solar ship only being able to go into a fugitive or an outlaw space station. Outlaw systems are when they introduced the solar type of ship, and you find them more frequently in the outlaw systems. Therefore, it's a good disguise. Because there's a whole bunch of solar ships in the area, they won't know it's you. So you're trying to use a disguise to get into the outlaw space station. But ultimately, it's just about making it more difficult. Is this the No Man's Sky Addiction Support Group? Yes. I'm Jason Plays, and I have 2,700 hours in No Man's Sky on Steam. That's like, you know, the guy's like, nah, it doesn't count if you play it on the Nintendo Switch, so you're good. You don't need to worry about your Nintendo Switch numbers, just your Steam numbers. That's fine. We haven't seen a building in a while. We saw that one 19 minutes ago. We saw the abandoned one. Technically not 19. Less than that because we can travel faster with the jetpack jumps. Yeah, we haven't found anything yet. Snarf Music says, I'm Snarf and I've been using Geknip for 10 years. It's the only way to get a good amount of money. And all the Gek respect you more if you do the Geknip. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows it. Every Gek knows that. I wonder, like, just speculation-wise, do you think they're gonna have like a similar setup to Light No Fire? Because in the trailer for Light No Fire, we saw there's a whole bunch of different characters you can choose, and there are a lot of animals, right? You can choose to be a rabbit, a turtle, a badger, I think we saw. There's a whole bunch of different animals you can choose to be as players, it looks like. It seems like at least 3 years ago, maybe they changed that by now. But do you think there's going to be set races? Like, is there going to be a rabbit faction that is going to be just like the Gek? Or maybe all of the turtle faction is going to be just like the Viking. Do you think they're going to have a setup like that? Or is it just going to be a complete random jumble of tons and tons of different animals and there's no real set faction? Because in No Man's Sky, if you don't know, like all of the Gek, they're the traders. They're the merchants of the universe. They are the guys you talk to get good deals and things like that. The Viking, the big reptile-looking aliens, they are the warriors. They like to fight. All that kind of stuff. The Korvax are like the scientist race in the game. They are the ones that are investigating in the robots. You know, they're scientists. So, I don't know. Do you think they'll have that kind of a setup for Light No Fire? I want to be called Spaghetti. Okay. The turtle will be like the Gek, both green, and the bunny's going to be the best. I can't wait to be a bunny. I mean, I'm probably going to be a turtle because I'm an old man, and I want my turtle to look really old and worn down. I'll be the old turtle guy. But the bunnies definitely are going to be one of the favorite, I think. And, who knows? Maybe they won't be. But I have a feeling the rabbits or the bunnies are going to be the more popular faction in the game if they have factions. Just because those bunnies in the trailer look so cool. They have their sword and their shield, the little warrior bunnies. Oh, I finally ran out of that, so let's see. We're going to need some more carbon so we can convert that.
Technology recharge.
So there we go. We also need some more dihydrogen as well. Get some more life support gels just in case. Just in case. I'm just trying to get life support, man. Leave me alone. All right, I guess I get to leave now. I can't wait for the Light No Fire No Starter Dragon Challenge. I joked with Zane. The implication, and this is 2.5, 3 years ago when Sean Murray had the interview with Jeff Keighley. He said at that time they wanted to make an Earth-sized planet, meaning it has high mountains just like Earth and deep oceans just like Earth. It's supposed to be as large as Earth is for us. And so, theoretically, in Light No Fire, you should be able to start off wherever you are. You spawn up on the planet and walk all the way around in a big circle. Now, I have a sneaking suspicion that it won't be the case. Maybe they will. Maybe they will. But I have a sneaking suspicion they might make it to where it's just like Minecraft. If you don't know, Minecraft just generates terrain as far as it can. So it'll keep generating new terrain. There's no end to the map. It just goes on forever until the file corrupts. You can't circle around. And so I have a feeling they might do something like that, to where if you just keep walking, you just go forever. Like there's no end, technically. And if that's the case, that would be amazing. But I've talked to Zane about it, and I said, you know what? I might do a walk around the planet of Light No Fire and see if how long it takes us to go all the way around. Because in No Man's Sky, you can get around a planet on average in about 16, 15 hours. Like if you walk like this, it will take you about 15, 16 hours to walk all the way around a planet. If you're doing, jetpack jumps, it'll be shorter. If you're on a bigger planet, it'll be short. It'll be longer. If you're on a moon, it'll be shorter, that kind of stuff. So there's a variety of different things there that will influence it. But on average, if you just take a normal planet, it'll take you a long time to walk doing this. It'll take you, I think, between 15 and 16 hours. So Is it going to be longer than that for Light No Fire? I hope so, because there's only one planet. So what would it be? Would it be days? Like it might take you days and days of walking to get around it? Who knows? Maybe. Because I think when we looked it up for planet Earth, to walk around the entire planet, it would take a year, I think. It'd take 300 days or something like that. Again, if you use transportation like hot air balloons or planes, it takes a lot shorter. But if you were just to walk it, it would take you hundreds of days. But again, things might have changed. We haven't heard any news about Light No Fire over the last 3 years. So who knows? Maybe the plans changed. Maybe something's different now. Who knows? We only have information. We're only working on information from the December of 2023 trailer and interview that Sean Murray made. So a lot could have changed between then and now. 2.5, almost 3 years is a very long time. They could have found out like, hey, actually, you know what? We can actually make this bigger. Or maybe they're like, yeah, it actually makes sense to have 2 or 3 planets, not just one. Like, we wanted it to be on one planet, but it makes more sense to have 2 or 3 or 5 or whatever. Maybe it's just one solar system. And there's a way to teleport between the different planets. Who knows? They could have totally changed all of that stuff. I would still argue that for Starfield, Todd Howard got too obsessed with having thousands of planets. He wanted that big number. He wanted to tell everyone, oh yeah, our new game has 1,000 planets you can go to. I think he was more obsessed with that number versus actually making those actually interesting planets. If Starfield only had 10 planets, they could have done a whole bunch more work and made it a lot better. At least in my opinion. In my opinion, they could have. But instead, they said, no. We have to do a generic procedural generation thing, and we'll just procedurally generate 1,000 planets. Very generic, very surface level, very cheap procedural generation. Like, it's bad. It's not great. So, but they wanted to do it because they wanted to have that big number. 1,000 planets in the game. Earth's circumference is 25,000 miles and walking speed is 3 miles per hour. That's 8,333 hours. Yeah, but you can't walk across the ocean, Gary. That's going to be an issue. Like, what do you use for that? If you use a rowboat, it'll take you a little bit longer than if you use like a big, huge like cruise liner. Or if you use a ferry. And so then it starts becoming, well, do you cross the United States? Do you land in like New York, for instance, or whatever? You land in Maine. And you go down and around and you go up to Alaska because Alaska and Asia are really close together. And then you take a ferry across from Alaska to Asia over there and then continue on. Or do you go down into like Mexico and then just take a boat straight across? Or do you go the other way? Do you start off in Alaska, go down, hit Maine, and then take a cruise liner over to Europe? Like, I don't know. Like, that all has an effect as well. That might take longer. No. Oh. Chat, what is the best grade ship to buy? S-Class, probably. If you're going to buy one, S-Class is the best one you can possibly get. However, depends on your flavor. Some people like shuttles. Some people like fighters. Some people like haulers. Some people like explorers. Some people like Sentinel ships. You cannot buy a Sentinel ship. So theoretically, you can't buy one of the better ships in the game. A Sentinel ship is amazing. No way to buy it. Solar ships are very cool. Some people like the look of solar ships, the fuel efficiency of the solar ships. It depends on what you want, man. So price is definitely in there, and the class of it. But the class might affect the type, or the type might affect the class. You always generally want an S-class ship, generally. But if I can get an A-class Sentinel, I'll take that, and I'll just upgrade it. That's fine. It's fine. Tony Lynn says, hey, Jason, what is the temperature there? It's 111 here in Louisiana. Holy crap. I think it's like 93 up here. 111? Especially in Louisiana where it's humid? No, sir. That's insane. I didn't think it got above 100 degrees down in the south. Holy crap. No, sir. I don't like that at all. So you're telling me I should not move down to the south at all? Like, that sucks, dude. Holy crap. I don't like that at all. 111. Yeah, I think it's 93. It got up to 93 here, which is hot. It's not 111, I'll tell you that. That's crazy. S-class is the highest. Yeah, S-class is the highest class you can find. So if you find any ship at S, that's the best. Now, it's the best class. Your inventory slots, your supercharged slots are all going to play a factor in that as well. So if you're just talking straight like classification, S all the way. But again, you can have more or less inventory room depending on the type of ship it is. Your supercharged slots are going to be randomized, so you don't know. It could be great, could be bad. So your stats generally will be similar, but if you're really trying to min-max it, even if you get the same S-class ship from the same system, it will have different stats in there. So if I get another B-class Talon of the Gek, these can change a little bit. So I might, instead of getting 53.9, I might get one that is a 55.1. It's not a lot, but it is different. So if you're talking about that, like, there's a whole bunch that goes into it. But yeah, 30,000 foot view, very generic point of view. Go for an S-class. That's the best you can get. But there's a lot that goes into it. You have supercharged slots like that are going to be important. You're going to have things like your inventory size are going to be different. Even in the same class. Again, you can find one S-class that has 10 inventory slots, and the next one might have 12. Do you always think the better, in my personal opinion, is the legacy ships? I mean, if you want to go for a design, it's going to be up to your personal taste. I love fighter ships. They're some of my favorite ones. Those are one of the original ships, was the fighter ships. However, I'm partial to the Sentinel ships simply because they have a hover, and I love that hover. And that's something that they don't give you on stats or anything else. Like, you can't look up the stats for that. It's just, nope, Sentinel ships hover, which is awesome. The solar ships, they have the built-in solar wings. You can't put it on any other ship. You can't take that out and remove it and put it somewhere else. And that is awesome. That's a really cool, unique upgrade that you can't get anywhere else. So it's one of those deals where it's like, depending on what you like, there are certain advantages to all this kind of stuff. And then there's Corvettes. Those are fully customizable by you. You build your own Corvette. That is like the ultimate best of the best. Because you can put all the upgrades. You can make it all S-class. You can have the best of the best Corvette ever. So theoretically, a Corvette is the best ship because you make it. You can design it. You can put all the upgrades in it. All that kind of stuff. "95 degrees, 2 hours up north from you?" Dude, hell no. 95 is too hot. It's too hot here, and I think it's 93 today. I think. Let me look. I think it hit 93. It might have been like 95. Nope, 93 for us today. And now it's getting later in the day. We have rain coming in, which is going to cool us down for the evening, which is kind of nice. I wish it cooled us down during the day, but it doesn't. The rain has been coming in during the evening, which, I mean, it makes it easier to sleep. Because one of the worst feelings I've ever had was when we were driving through the Midwest. I think we were in Nebraska. In our hotel room, the air conditioner was not working. It was 94 degrees and humid as hell. I don't think I've ever had a worse sleep in my life. Like, I went to sleep because I was exhausted from driving, but I didn't sleep good at all. You like just soaking wet because you're sweating, 90 degrees in your hotel room, and it's humid as hell. Like, oh my god, dude. That I would trade anything to just not sleep in a hot room, in a hot bed. Like, no sir, never. I'll leave the heat on for you. No, not 111, Tony. Hell no. I think we will crack 100 degrees in Colorado, like the end of July. Like, probably next week we might get up to 100. But we're talking like 101. Maybe 102 if it's really bad. I don't think I've ever seen the temperature get up to 111 in Colorado. That's insane. That is too much. 100 degrees is too much. Anything above that is just extra, like, evil. Just evil. Me and A-Train are tough southern men. Come join us. I don't know about that. You guys are probably hiding in your house. I would be. As soon as they tell me on the weather, like on my news, oh, it's going to be 111 tomorrow, I would look right at my wife and be like, all right, we're not leaving at all tomorrow. So if we're doing shopping, we're doing it tonight. And we're not leaving the house tomorrow at all. Nope. Shut the doors, shut the windows. Make sure that AC is cranked up, and do not look at the sunlight, ever. Hell no. Gary says, I can't sleep if it's warmer than 66 degrees. Dude, when I worked years and years ago, when I worked overnights at Walmart, there were days in the summertime, especially when I had my crappy apartment. I didn't have air conditioning in my apartment. It would get up to 90, 95 degrees. And so my apartment was like 90, 95 degrees. I would have a fan on and I would just be sleeping on top of my bed. And I'd say sleeping. I was closing my eyes and just sweating and hoping that it would cool down eventually. And you do that for a day, maybe 2 days, and you get so exhausted that you can't help but sleep. Like, there were a couple of days where it was 92 degrees in my apartment, and I didn't care. I laid down and I went to bed, and I just sweated all over that thing. I was like, I don't care. I need to sleep. I am so exhausted. But yeah, plenty of summers where it's like, yeah, I'm not going to sleep for a couple days because it is 95 or 100 degrees outside and I have no AC at all. How close are you to the center of the universe? I am way far out. Way far out. I think I'm like around probably 600 to 700,000 light years away. So not close at all. But if we find another grave, we only need one more grave. If we find another grave, I will be in the center, basically, because I can use a portal at that point. But we need to find a grave. We need to find a solar ship, too. It's one of the two. If I find a grave, we're done. We can just leave. We don't need to go to the space station. But until I find that grave, I'm going to be looking for a solar ship. I would love to see a game mode like this in the official game. That would be pretty epic. I mean, the thing I worry about is, we were talking about this earlier, these difficulty settings, they don't play test them. So, like for instance, fuel usage. I tried to call my ship in earlier, and it said, sorry, you only have 100% fuel capacity. You need 124%. That's broken. I can never get 124%. So it's broken because I set it to the most expensive. So theoretically, if they put this mode into the game, it will be broken because they will not play test it. So that's what I'm afraid of. I like doing this kind of stuff, but it does reveal some of the limitations. Like there's a difficulty slider for a lot of options in the game, but if I was talking to most people, I'd say, nah, don't worry about it. Just play on normal mode. That's what they play test. That's what the mode that has the least amount of bugs in it. It still has bugs, but it has the least amount because that's the one they play test. Well, hello, OE. Good seeing you in there. And Sabretooth, with your luck, you'll find a crashed solar ship next to a grave. Probably. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? I find an unknown building, I go to it, and it's a solar ship, and then when I look around again, there's a grave right next to it. Like, oh, come on. Dang it. But I'll take it. I'll be okay with that. Let's see. Is there a ship nearby? Nearby building already marked. Where? That's an hour away. That's 2 hours away. My ship is 2 hours away now at this point. Nearby building already marked. Get out of there. Killing me. Oh, I need to get some liquids. Ah. All right. Nothing here. We haven't seen a building in a while. I might call in my ship. Do some flying. No building. Let's just do that real fast. See if anything pops up. Nope, nothing. Freya says, how are you going to leave this planet? You can't call in any ships. I could totally call in my Explorer. Yeah, I'm allowed to call in my Explorer still. I can't call in my hauler that has all my stuff in it, Freya. Dang it. I wish. I'm going to have to call in my Explorer, and then when we get to a space station, call in my hauler. That way I can switch it out if I need to. And grab all the good stuff out of it. What is in the mug? Just curious. It is water and ice. So I have water there to satisfy my wife. And then I have a soda right here. So I do have a soda nearby, but I'm trying to get more hydration, more actual hydration. So yeah, there's water in here. I would show you, but I can't really tip it too much. But yeah, there's water. It's water in there. I wonder. I can't. Yeah, there's no angle I can put it at to show you that there's water in there. It's water, I promise, though. Oh, yeah, ice water. And that's why I have this insulated mug, because it keeps my water cold for a long time, for like an entire 4-hour stream. You sure it's not vodka and Sprite? No, I'm not Heather Silvermist. Heather's the one that drinks all the vodka flavored water. I have to be good and drink my water for the day. You could go to another planet and use the landing pad to call your hauler. I probably could do that. Yeah, the thing though is I can't go to a building because I'm an outlaw. So landing pad is technically outside of the building, but I don't know. Like theoretically, they could have security cameras looking at the landing pad. Make sure nobody's trying to do illegal like deals on their landing pads. Can't have any nip deals going on the landing pads. Where is the mug from? It was the biggest mug I can find on Amazon. So I said, hey, I just want a cool looking mug. And I just went to Amazon and I typed in steel mug. And they came up with this one. I said, that's pretty large. I'll take it. So yeah, I just grabbed a random one from Amazon. Have you given up on your perfume drink? Tony, no, what are you talking about? It's right here. Look at that. I have my Dr. Pepper. My blueberry Dr. Pepper is the or blackberry, excuse me, not blueberry, blackberry. I think if it was blueberry, it'd be even better. But blackberry is really good. It's still my favorite Dr. Pepper until they come out with orange Dr. Pepper. That is still so good. That is still so freaking good. Yeah. Eventually they will get around to making the orange Dr. Pepper, and I think that'll be the best one. Because I've had orange Dr. Pepper, and it is the best. I love it. And if you want to do it yourself, go to a gas station or any place that has a fountain, like a soda fountain. Put in whatever cup you have. 25% orange Fanta, 75% Dr. Pepper. You don't need a lot of orange soda, just a little bit. Again, a quarter of your cup is just orange soda, and then the other 3/4 is Dr. Pepper. It is so good. It is the best. Whenever we go out, whenever my wife and I go out and I have a soda fountain, I'm like, yep, orange and Dr. Pepper, absolutely. That is an ancient ruin. That is not a crashed ship. Dang it. Well, we found an ancient ruin. To the top of this mountain. Look at that. You can see the big patch of sodium out there. Sodium plant right over there. Oh, what did D-Town say? Raspberry tea and Sprite. Ooh, that does sound pretty good. I like that. Cinnamon Dr. Pepper. I have not tried cinnamon Dr. Pepper. I love Sprite. Anything. I mean, Sprite mixes well with a lot of stuff. So I bet you a raspberry, like you get a good raspberry iced tea and you mix it with some Sprite. I've seen they have a Sprite tea pre-mix, like they already have that in a can, and I tried it. It's pretty good. So I bet you a raspberry one would be pretty solid too. OE says Wendy's has a cool pop machine that you can mix your pop. Lime ginger ale is great. Yeah, I saw that. The what is it? The professional like, mixer or whatever. I don't know what they're called, but I've seen some restaurants they have those where they pre-mix, like you can get vanilla or cherry, and automatically mix it with your drinks. That's pretty cool. I like that. They don't let me mix my Fanta orange with Dr. Pepper though. Boom, 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 boom,
At
boom.
Captain Steve Place
Captain
Lodstalks has
Steve!
become a traveler. What color was the spirit bottles? Not green. Green heart emoji.
Thank you for being a member for 68 months, Steve. Very, very awesome. Very much appreciated on that one, man. 07. And if you guys haven't, if you're not checking out Steve, you should absolutely check out his channel. It's over there in the live chat, over on YouTube. But you don't have a Twitch channel, do you? I don't think you do. Yeah, so you just have the YouTube channel. Yeah, absolutely. Go to Zane's stream, chat about exotic Japanese soy sauce. Go to Jason's stream, chat about different fizzy drinks. As long as it's Dr. Pepper, man, I'm all in on Dr. Pepper. I love it. Not sponsored or anything. I just love Dr. Pepper, especially the blackberry Dr. Pepper is so good. I know Train always talks about it tasting like perfume. I love it. So good. So good. Blackberry is your number one as well. I love it. So my number one was probably always going to be the orange Dr. Pepper, but that's not official. They haven't made officially. They have not made an orange Dr. Pepper yet. I've been talking about it for years. Maybe one person at freaking Dr. Pepper will find out. They'll hear me say it and say, you know what? We'll try that. We'll see. But yeah, I hope one of these days. Boom. Sprite bottles have always been clear, according to them. I am sure they used to be green. I had green bottles. Captain Steve. I know they were green. So yeah, I don't know, like, the same thing for, I don't know if it's the same over in Europe, but in the United States, we have Fruit of the Loom. They always had a cornucopia of food with an actual basket on it. And they swear up and down that they never had the basket. They never had the woven, like, cornucopia tube. And I'm like, no, I have clothes that are old enough that they have the Fruit of the Loom cornucopia basket, the thing on there. The basket's on there, but they keep saying they don't, and I'm like, you guys just don't know. Maybe it's all these the new C-suite, the new CEOs, the new managers just don't remember. But I remember, damn it. 7-Up is still green, but Sprite used to have green bottles too. Yeah, exactly. I remember buying Sprite bottles from vending machines back in like 95 and 2000. They were green. They were absolutely green. Absolutely green. I bet a blackberry Sprite would be good, dude. Tony Lynn. Back in the early 2000s, Tony, it would have been like 2002 or 2003, somewhere around there. They had what they called Sprite Remix. And they didn't give it a flavor. I think they gave it was berry and then tropical. So it was not technically a flavor. But they had a Sprite Remix berry. It was a purple colored Sprite. It was amazing. It was like a blackberry, blueberry kind of flavoring to it. Amazing. It's my favorite Sprite of all time. It's my favorite probably soda of all time. But it was called Sprite Remix. It was berry. It was a purple flavor. Amazing. Tasted great. They stopped it. They don't make it anymore. I think they brought back Sprite Remix, the tropical version, which is like whatever. It's like mango and it's more of a citrusy kind of like mango and orange and all that kind of stuff. It's like, whatever. No, I want the berry version. I want the purple version of Sprite to come back. That was so good. That to me was probably a blackberry or a blueberry or some kind of a berry like that. They didn't call it like blackberry. They just called it berry. So it was some kind of a berry mixture, probably. But man, it was good. So freaking good. Y'all ever have Fresca? Dude, I love Fresca. I love Fresca. So I don't know if you've seen that great diver. They have flavored Frescas. Get a peach flavored Fresca. Oh my god, that's really good. Peach Fresca is amazing. It still has that grapefruit flavor, but it has a peach undertone to it. Oh, it's good. I love it. Peach Fresca is so good. I think I have some in my fridge. Let's go get a peach Fresca. Did the Monopoly Man have a monocle? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Absolutely, he did. Like they say, this is all like, like Mandela effect. It's them trying to rebrand, and then they don't want to recognize that they had a different brand before. They just want you to remember the new one, not the old one. That's probably what it boils down to. They just don't want you to remember what the old design was. But I remember, damn it. Gotta make some more of these, so I'll put that down here. Do I not have enough? Oh, I need jelly, you dummy. I made metal platings for no reason. I was making launch fuel, son of a gun. You ever tried Moxie? I have not tried Moxie. I don't even know what that is. Crown Apple and Sprite. Oh, so good, dude. I remember back in 2000 they had a Sprite Liquid Mix tour live concert promoting Liquid Sprite. Yes. Old Men Unite. Exactly, Terryson. Exactly. I loved Sprite Remix. It was my favorite Sprite. It still is my favorite Sprite. They've released different kinds of Sprites. Like they have like a cherry Sprite and all this stuff. No. They have tea flavored Sprite or tea Sprite mixes. Nothing beats Sprite Remix. It's so good. Freya says, I just found out Peach Fresca is much, much cheaper than Amazon than Walmart. Really? I didn't know that. I need to buy mine from Amazon. I didn't buy any mine from Amazon. I was at our local grocery store and I was like, oh, they have a peach flavor of this. I'll buy that. And it was good. Like, oh my god, okay, this is really good. But I didn't know. I have to definitely go check on Amazon then. Oh god, we're circling around. Look at this. I'm heading north, but now my ship is to my left instead of behind me. I'm still heading north, I think. Yeah, I'm heading north. We are circling around to the other side of the planet. Oh my god. We are going to do the entire circumference of this moon. Moxie is a Dr. Pepper-like soda. Oh, really? I have not heard of it. Chili Dog says, did you hear about the guy that had to tweet to escape a planet he was stuck on? No! Wait a minute. How do you... Like, even if you walk a little bit, you'll find a planetary archive or something. Like, it's not like in, like, Eve or, like Star Citizen to where you need fuel to get somewhere and you're done. Like, No Man's Sky is easy enough, or generous enough, I should say, to give you everything you need to make fuel on every planet. Like, you could go to any planet in the entire universe and you will more than likely find ferrite dust, carbon, oxygen. You'll find all the stuff you need for fuel. So that's a bit extreme. Like, I wonder how he got stuck. It might have been more of people had to tell him, like, hey, you could probably do it this way. And he's like, oh, yeah, you guys are right. Well, there's a crash freighter. $8.57 for a 12-pack? Where do you live? I'm trying to remember. How much do I pay for a 12-pack here? I don't even remember. I don't even remember. I have to look at the price next time. I'm having flashbacks, Freya. I remember 12 packs used to be like $5. That was the price. Like, okay, get a 12 pack for $5, get a 2 liter for $1. Now my old man brain's kicking in. How much did I pay for my Dr. Pepper? I'm trying to see. I'm trying to remember. It couldn't have been more than $6.
Life support power low.
Oh my god. Now I need to remember.
Recharge.
Pop costs way more at Amazon here in Canada than in a store. Well, I mean, you're in Canada, Owie. You probably have to pay like $27 dues for a soda up there. I know, right? Soda's crazy expensive lately. Well, I have a feeling they probably make it a little bit more expensive during the summer because they know everyone's drinking soda, trying to stay cool. You put a soda in a fridge, man, you pop a can and it tastes better and you're like, oh man, it tastes good and I'm feeling better. So of course, everyone's drinking soda during the summertime, during the heat, even though you should be drinking water, liquid, actual refreshing liquid. Speaking of, Jason's so rich he doesn't even look at prices. No, it's the opposite. It's the opposite, Skate. I'm so tight-fisted that I don't buy soda very often. Like when you guys see me drink these, I bought a 12-pack probably a month ago, and I drink one soda every time I stream. But for the most part, drinking this and Propel. I do drink a lot of Propel because it's electrolytes, and everyone knows that's what plants crave. So I need my electrolytes. But yeah, when it comes to soda, my wife and I, we try not to drink as much soda. Like I still drink it, but I'll drink one can during the stream, and it's 0 sugar because my wife doesn't let me get the real stuff all the time. Every once in a while I'll get a real soda, and man, oh my god, it feels great. It's like smoking a cigarette after being like cold turkey for a year or two. You just crack that soda, that real soda, you're like, oh my god. He's just like, oh my god, this is the best. They're raising soda prices because they are making synthetic chocolate, so people still get their fix just in another way. What? I don't understand what that means. So they're making synthetic chocolate? And that's affecting soda? I don't know what that means. I've been drinking a lot of ginger ale lately. I have a long-lasting stomach bug. Oh, no! Well, this is not medical advice, Freya, but sometimes you just got to burn that sucker out. Sometimes alcohol will help. Don't do that. Don't do that. Whenever I get sick, I tell my wife I need whiskey. I got to burn out the illness. I got to burn the bacteria out of my system. So if I drink whiskey, it'll be gone. I think that's what my grandma used to do. Like, not even jokingly. My grandma used to, whenever you got sick, right before you went to bed, she would tell you to take a shot of like vodka or a clear liquor, because the clear stuff is healthier for you. It's not, but she, in her mind, if you took a shot of clear alcohol, we're talking like vodka or gin or something like that, it would help you with your illness. It would burn out all the germs while you slept. I have a feeling it was more of, you get a little tipsy, it's easier to go to bed. But in her mind, it was to help the illness go away faster. I need to sterilize my system every night. Exactly, Wild Turkey. Exactly. You got to sterilize it all. Make sure. Whiskey for a cold is just science. I told him. I tell my doctor that all the time. He never believes me, though. I'm just like, dude, it works. I've done it like for many, many decades. I've done it. It's fine. All right, we need to convert that that copper into
Technology recharge.
chromatic metal. How much of it do we have? We have so much of it. My God. So, yeah. So that's going to be 150 right there. So, yeah. We can get rid of all this copper in my inventory. Need to make jellies. That way we can make a life support shell. We do not need nav data. Get the heck out of here. There we go. Oh, Jason, do you play any racing games? I love Forza Horizon. I love those games. So I'm more of an arcade racer game kind of guy. So I'll play like Need for Speed Underground. I love the Burnout series, that kind of stuff. I'll play Gran Turismo. I'll play like Forza Motorsport. But I much prefer the more arcade racer games. Especially if they're never going to do it ever again because they haven't made a Need for Speed Underground in like 5 years or something like that. And they haven't made a good Need for Speed racing game in like 20 years. I think the last good Need for Speed game was Need for Speed Most Wanted, like the original back in 2008. When did Need for Speed Most Wanted come out? It was like 2008 or something like that, wasn't it? Need for Speed Most Wanted. When did that come out? Not the new remaster. I'm talking the original. 2005. Oh my God. 2005 is when it came out. Yeah, I think that was the last really good Need for Speed game. 2005. So, yeah, 20 years ago, 21 years ago. That was a really good one. I mean, you can go underground, but that was early. We're talking, that was like 2002, 2004. But Need for Speed Most Wanted was damn good. I love Need for Speed Most Wanted, the original one. That one was just epic. The last good one. What else we got in here? Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. I mean, if you go Burnout 3, Burnout Revenge was really, really good. Burnout Paradise, I think you can play that right now, Burnout Paradise. I don't think you can play Burnout 3 on current systems. Maybe on the Xbox? I think you might have to have a disc for that, though. You might need to find a disc to play the original, like, Burnout 3, Burnout Revenge. I think. Might not be back compat, like, digitally. It's definitely not on PC, because I looked, because I would love to play some Burnout Revenge on PC. Absolutely. You can upgrade an A-class to an S-class at the space station. Yes, yes. So, at a space station, at the ship upgrade station, you can upgrade the inventory and the class. But keep in mind, you need a lot of nanites to upgrade the class. So, from a C to a B class, you need 10,000 nanites. So, you need a lot. From a B to an A, I think it's 15,000. And from an A to an S, I believe it's 25,000 nanites. So you need a lot. But you can totally upgrade the class of your ships. So if you find a ship you really, really like, just upgrade that class and you'll be good to go. How is it still?
Technology recharge.
How do I still have 29 copper in my inventory? I'll never know. Been a while since I've been able to see you live, Ambrose. Great to see you in Fugitive Challenge. Is this a personal challenge? Yes, it's a personal challenge. So, it's a challenge that anyone can do, but it's not a setting in the game. It's more of you start a brand new save and you role play as a fugitive. So, as a fugitive, you don't want to talk to normal aliens. They'll turn you in, right? So, you're just trying to get to the center of the galaxy without being caught as a fugitive. So it's very, very role play, like set your own rules and kind of try to run the challenge by, running the rules. So get to the center of the galaxy to escape. And along the way, you cannot talk to any normal aliens. You can't go to a space station. You can't go to a building like a planetary archive or anything like that. You have to. The only interactions you can have are between the outlaws. So go talk to an outlaw and get upgrades if you can. Things like that. Right now, we're looking for a solar ship because in my rules, my role play, we need a solar ship to enter an outlaw space station. Because if we use a solar ship, it'll disguise our fugitive, player, and so they won't know who is going in and out of the space station. Man, there's nothing though. I haven't found a single solar ship this entire time. And we are in a pirate system, I'm pretty sure. I mean, if we find a grave, we won't need a solar ship at all. We can just skip that step. But we need to find a grave. Is it 16,000 to go from A to an S? Is it 16? I thought it was 25. Maybe it is 25 on extreme mode. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. That might be, I might be crossing over the extreme prices with the normal prices. I mean, technically, you can just turn it down. You can turn your cost down to 0 if you want. So, one thumb with the gifted members over on YouTube. Thank you so very much, one thumb. Oh, 7 to one thumb in the chat, you guys. Oh, 7, man. Very, very much appreciated, dude. But yeah, you could, theoretically, if you don't want to pay anything, you can go to prices. Where is it at? You can set your purchases to free if you want. So, theoretically, you can make it cost 0 if you really want to go in on that. I'm playing on extreme, so that's why mine are expensive. So that's probably why I think it's 25. But yeah, I think standard might be cheaper, but yeah, go down to free if you want to. You don't have to. And you could always change it to free, buy your upgrade, or buy your class upgrade, and then switch it back to normal again. You can always do that. You don't have to keep it that way or a set way. You can always change it whenever you like. So play the game however is fun for you. No. Hello, Richard. Hello, everybody. Last I checked, it was 50,000. I don't know. I thought it was 25. I thought it was 25, and I think the total is like 85,000 nanites. Because if you go from a C to an S, I think the total between all of the steps is 85, but it starts out between C and a B, it's 10. Between B and an A, it's 15, and then from an A to an S is 20, I think. Or maybe it is 50. I don't know. Now I'm losing track of all my numbers. Now I don't know. Well, when we get to the pirate station, we will look at it. We will look at it, because I haven't gotten to a pirate station yet. And I am on extreme mode, so it's going to be more expensive anyway. I could have sworn it was like something like 80,000, 85,000. I thought it was 50,000 for an A to an S. Oh, 50 total between them all. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. Is it's 50 total between... I don't know. Now I don't know. Jason, how is Fuzzy Charlie doing? She's doing good. She doesn't like the heat. And then at night we have thunderstorms roll through, and she doesn't like thunder either. So she's not happy with the summer so far. But she's been doing good. We went on a big walk today. We were playing earlier before the stream. And so now she's hanging out with my wife. So speaking of, we got an hour. We're good. Speaking of, it is Friday, so I have to have dinner with my wife tonight. But we got an hour left, so we're good. Plenty of time. But yeah, Charlie does not like loud sounds. So like 4th of July, Independence Day in the States is like the worst day of the year for her because she does not like fireworks at all.
Recharge.
Doesn't like thunderstorms. Dad Joe says if you're playing on an extreme, you can only go down to a standard pricing. The others are grayed out. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know, but if you're playing on like a normal mode, you can always turn it up and down to like free or discounted. So, and most people play on normal. Most people. I shouldn't say not everybody, but most people are playing on normal mode anyway. Every once in a while, you get a crazy person like me who plays on extreme, and then I do a fugitive run on extreme. And it's always weird. Whenever I play on like a fugitive run, you get into that mode of this is how No Man's Sky is. And so when I switch back over to normal or an expedition, it feels so much easier because you're like, oh my God, I can stack materials up to 9,999. That's crazy. When, you know, right now I'm dealing with stacks of 300. Like, oh my God. Can we mark anything or is it still too close? Oh no, we marked something. I saw it was green though, so it's probably a freaking crashed freighter or an observatory. It is an observatory, looks like. Yep. Thank you for marking an observatory. I don't need that at all. I upgraded my A class just a few days ago, and I swear it was 50,000. It might be. But again, is it normal mode, or are you guys playing on like permadeath or survival? Because your mode will change those prices. Because, yeah, I know most people play on normal, and normal I think is 25. But again, it might be different. Maybe I'm just misremembering because it's been a while since I've upgraded. I barely have a ship most of the time. Usually I'm just running around on a planet like this in fugitive mode. Observatory. I don't think I went far enough. Yep, nearby building already marked. All right, didn't go far enough. That's all right. We'll keep going. I think it was normal. Okay, maybe it is on normal. I don't know. It's been a while. Carbon Base says I upgraded the Corvettes from a C to an S class for a total of 32,000 upgraded, and that's in creative mode prices. Wouldn't that be free in creative mode? Wait a minute. I think in creative mode it should be free. Like, it'll give you a price, but it doesn't cost anything, does it? As far as I remember, creative mode, it technically tells you a price, but it doesn't take away your nanites. But again, I don't know. 10 plus 25 plus 50 would make 85 total nanites. That would be it then, yeah. So, yeah, maybe it's 25 between a B and an A. So maybe it's C to a B is 10. From a B to an A is 25. And from an A to an S is 50. That might be it. You might be onto that channel. That might be it. Oh, my God. That's expensive. But doable. If you find a pirate system. You can totally buy a whole bunch of black market upgrades and sell them. Buy them for cash and sell them for nanites. Or buy them for units and sell them for nanites. I think I'm going to go with the entire side of this planet from south to north. And I'm not going to find a single crashed solar. Look at this. Nothing. Nothing. I might start heading west at this point. Oh my God, I'm crossing over the North Pole at this point. Do you see this? Do you see this? We hit the South Pole earlier. Now I'm about to hit the North Pole. Right here. Look at my compass. That's the North Pole right here. Where's that cross at? Where's that cross section? I don't know if you guys can see the seam in the textures right there. But there's a point where they all meet. Yeah, like right there, it's obvious. You can tell. So I'm at the northern pole of the planet, but you can see the textures. Right there, you see the line? That's where the textures meet for the planet. Like right there. Look at this. We found the seam. So yeah, we found the North Pole. We hit the South Pole. Now we hit the North Pole. I guess we literally have to just start going west. Look at that. That marker's an hour away. Yeah, this moon is not very big. All right, let's go west. Let's head that direction, I guess. Oh no, west is changing now. Look at this. I'm going in a circle. I'm just trying to find west. Oh my God. Okay, we got to get away from the North Pole. I think that's the solution here. We got to get away from the North Pole. That way, because yeah, once you cross that, then we're going south. Okay. Now we'll go west. That way it stops changing direction. Say hi to Santa for me. I don't know if Santa's living here. This is kind of a brown, like non-snowy planet. He might avoid this. Okay, west is changing again. Look at this. I'm heading in a straight line and west is changing on me. Look at that. It wants me to go that way. For west. No. What we're going to do is we're going to head to this abandoned building over here. Screw it, right? Abandoned building. Sabretooth says I found a source of gold at the North Pole of a planet and named it Santa's Gold Mine. That's pretty awesome. When you aren't in the North Pole, every direction is south. Very true, Focus. Very true. So, is this actual west? It feels like I came from the west. Because, yeah, look at all these markers here. No. Oh, my God. Let's go south.
Technology recharge.
Merry Christmas! Very much, man. We might want to just call it, because I went from north to south to north again. So let's see if I can do anything here. Nope. Already marked. All right. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to call in our ship, and we're going to get out of here. Axel, thank you for resubscribing. 07 Axel, I'll press button over there on Twitch. Very, very awesome of you. All right. Since this is the only one I'm allowed to use. I hate this damn thing. So, look at this damn thing. The arms on this. Let's head that direction. I just want to find a solar ship or a grave. One of the two will help me. We'll land right here. Let's see. Can I search for another building of some kind, like a crash ship? Nearby buildings are already marked. I think this this moon is so small that I might not be able to get far enough away.
Technology recharge.
All right. Well, let's see. What other planets are in this system? This looks like it has an atmosphere, so acid. Okay, great. Acid planet. This is a viridescent. Is that it? There's only 3 planetary bodies in this entire system? Well, this will be a nice planet, I guess. So we'll head in that direction. Sure, why not? That'll help, right? I think we're okay here. Steaks and potatoes? What? Oh, what's for dinner tonight, Jason? I don't know. Steak and potatoes sounds good, though. Steak with a baked potato? That sounds pretty good. I might have to do that. You know what? My gut was gonna say we need some kind of a chicken, but steak and potato. The hell? That planet just gave birth to a frigate. Okay. Don't question it. Just let it go. We have 100% fuel in our tank. Oh, crap. I gotta remember, this is not a airless planet, so gravity works a little bit better on this planet. Can't do my big jumps. Jason's gonna have microwave tuna. No, my God. Why would you microwave tuna? Disgusting. You guys and your microwave tuna, microwave milk. Oh, gross. Oh, that's a resource depot. Don't need that. I can call in my ship, right, before I get too far away? Yes, I can. Okay. I'm allowed to call it in. Well, let's keep going north, and let's see if we can find either a crash ship or maybe we can get a freaking a solar ship to land for us. Either way, as long as we get a solar ship or a grave. If we find a grave, that'd be even better too. Can you call in your hauler? No, I bet you not. Oh, wait. Now I'm allowed to? Why am I allowed to call in my hauler now? Hold on. Why? Why did it not let me do it earlier, but now I can do it? It used up all my fuel, but that's fine.
Recharge.
It makes me very suspicious. We're going to do some transferring now. don't need that many Corvex casings. I hate that you have to do that. You have to get in to switch your ship. You can't just designate it as my ship. We don't need the that stuff. All right, the only thing we need is a hyperdrive, but I could fix that in here. All right. And it took 50%, not 100%. There we go. Silver will go in there. Look at that. Why do we need... Do not need all of those. Okay. 100% launch fuel, so I can call it in. Okay. Now let's go north. Now we've done our swap, our trade. We're all good. Why can't the connection between the hauler and the fenders be seen? It's so annoying. I mean, you know, they have to make it a little annoying for somebody. Just like the asymmetrical freaking Explorer is like, no, don't like it. Don't like it. These are new trees. I haven't seen these. And they might not be brand new, but they're definitely new within the Worlds update. Which is kind of cool. I cannot wait to see the Light No Fire like vegetation. Like, they only have to make one planet, and so they can handcraft a lot more on that one planet versus the 18 quintillion billion trillion planets we have in No Man's Sky. So theoretically, they can procedurally generate the planet, and then after it's built, they can go through and handcraft a lot of stuff and say, hey, you know what, actually, let's put this plant over here, or let's do this over there. Let's move these buildings around now that we've built it. So, I don't know. Oh, why can't the connection... Oh, yeah, we got that one. Matt says, is he in a pirate system that is better for solars? I am. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, trying to get a freaking solar. We walked around that freaking dead planet for, what, 2 hours? Didn't find a single solar. We found a whole bunch of haulers and fighters. Not a solar, though. Not a solar to be seen. And now I'm kind of hoping that an outlaw lands for me. That way I can buy his ship, because we have 15 million, which is solid. Not great, but solid. But I am a little hesitant now. So now let's go get some more pieces. That way we can sell those for money. I hate the off-center cockpit of the haulers. Yes. I just hope it's a marriage of Valheim and No Man's Sky. Focus, me and you both. I hope that there is some kind of like a... it doesn't have to be exactly 1-to-1 or whatever. You could land for me! Damn you. It doesn't have to exactly copy Valheim. But I hope there's a lot of similarities of more of a focus about exploring the world and finding like boss areas or things like that. I hope that is a big focus of it. But again, we don't know. We have no idea. I'm hoping that there's something like that where it's a really heavy focus on exploring the planet, finding locations that are special for either like bosses or whatever. Also, give us a food system that's similar to No Man or to Valheim in the way that you eat food for a bonus, an upgrade. They already have that in No Man's Sky. You might as well go all the way with Light No Fire, right? So in No Man's Sky, you eat something and it improves your shield or it improves your stamina or whatever. Just go all the way and give me like, hey, it gives you extra health. Like you start out with 100 health, but depending on whether you eat food or not, it can go up to 200 or 500 or whatever. Similar to Valheim. I don't know if they're going to give us RPG mechanics, though. So that's one thing where I'm like, maybe, but I doubt it. I have a feeling it'll be very similar to No Man's Sky. So in Valheim, you have RPG, you have role-playing like stats. So you have like your one-handed, you have your, your shield stat, your running stat, that kind of stuff. I don't think they're going to give us anything like that in Light No Fire. Maybe I'm wrong. It's going to be more of, hey, look, you want an upgrade, just get a new upgrade for your suit. So, but instead of being like a hazard protection, it'll be like environmental protection because you're wearing leather. And so you're protected against shocking or whatever. Things like that. I have a feeling it'll be more of the medieval, like, fantasy protections. It's like, hey, if you need to protect yourself against heat, you need to, make sure you're wearing this kind of armor or whatever. But I don't think, I'm wrong, but I don't think we're going to get any RPG, like, stats or anything like that. There's not going to be a skill tree or anything like that. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. That would be great if I was wrong. But I have a feeling that's not what we're going to see. Why didn't you wave? We've gone through that, Mad. We proved that it does not a guarantee. It can work, but it's not a guarantee. But I don't think it works because of the wave. I think it's just the odds. We'll wave at the next ones. Wave! Oh, he's just gonna fly away. Oh, he's gonna crash in there. Is that a purple ship? Oh, no, it's just yellow with a underside. I thought that was purple. That's a lot of assumptions from a 2-minute trailer from 5 years ago. Ken, it's not from a 2-minute trailer from 5 years ago. It's from what they've added to No Man's Sky, what they've built around in the engine, because we know they've came out and said Light No Fire uses the same engine as No Man's Sky. They've also said we've built some features in Light No Fire and we're bringing it to No Man's Sky. So that's a lot of assumptions based on 10 years of what they've done and what they haven't done. What the studio has a preference for. So that's where that assumption comes from. It's not just, oh, I saw a 2-minute trailer so I know everything about the game. It's, hey, I've been playing No Man's Sky for a while. We've been reading everything about No Man's Sky. We've been looking at everything they've done. Okay, yeah. So am I wrong? Sure, I could be wrong. Maybe it'll be a first-person shooter, not even a survival game anymore. They said, F that. We said it was going to be a survival game like No Man's Sky, but nah, it's now a Doom shooter. Screw you guys. It could be, but odds are probably not. So we're making assumptions based on reasonable things we know. Could it be that it's an isometric Diablo-like game now? I mean, sure, it could be. I don't think so, though. Yeah, but that has nothing to do with RPG elements. So, the reason I think they don't do that is they haven't done it. They haven't mentioned it. They haven't even brought in anything about it. So, could they throw in RPG elements? Absolutely, they could. But do I think it's likely? No, probably not. Like, I'm trying to, reset my expectations, Ken. Again, it's like saying, well, it's going to be an isometric Diablo-esque loot game. Because we saw a trailer 3 years ago. Who knows what the game is like now? Well, I mean, we can make some assumptions on it. And the fact that we haven't seen anything about RPG elements in anything they've done for No Man's Sky leads me to believe that's probably not something they want to go down. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a whole RPG tree in the game. I don't think so, though. I will be gladly surprised if there is. But I'm not going to go, well, of course they're going to have an RPG system. I mean, why wouldn't they, right? I mean, now you're setting yourself up for failure. So now we're going to assume they have it, right? I would rather assume they don't and be pleasantly surprised that they do versus assuming they do and being upset that they don't. Like, oh my God, this game is trash. They didn't put in our RPG elements? Well, God, this game is stupid. What's the point? It's just garbage now. Oily. All right, I'll take it. No. It's a dragon racing game now. Exactly. It's going to be a dragon racing game. They saw Star Wars. They're doing a pod racing game. They're like, nope. Scratch light, no fire. Now it's light, no engines. And it's going to be a pod racing game. Totally. Get your hummingbirds out. We're going to be racing this damn thing. Absolutely. That's what they did. They scrapped it all because it's a Star Wars. Because Forza Horizon is doing so well. They just scrapped it all. So, yeah. Does it mean there won't be? No, it doesn't mean there won't be. I'm just not expecting it. So, if there is, awesome. I will take it, just like the food system. Do I think it's going to be very similar to Valheim? I hope it is. There's inklings that it could be it, simply because in No Man's Sky, we have foods that give you different bonuses. Similar, not exactly one-to-one to Valheim, but similar. So could they make that one jump to a Valheim system? Sure. They already have a semi-Valheim system already in the game. Now, it's not required. You can totally play the entirety of No Man's Sky without even touching food at all. And whereas in Valheim, it's almost a requirement. Is it a requirement? No. I'm sure there's somebody in Valheim who has played from beginning to end, never made a single armor, never ate a single food, and the only thing they use is the butcher knife, and they've defeated every boss. Sure, they've done that. But for most players, you're going to be eating food to get your health and your stamina benefits. So yes, I think Valheim, it's more of an integral part, whereas in No Man's Sky, not so much. So could it be that food has no difference at all? It's the same system? Sure. Could be. Could be. But that leap of they might have food that matters in Light No Fire is more of a realistic leap than saying, oh no, they're going to have a deep RPG system. They absolutely will. It will. It just makes sense, right? They need it. I don't think so. Maybe that's what they've been working on for 3 years. They said, you know what? We need something that makes it different than No Man's Sky. We're going to spend the next 5 years developing a really deep RPG stat tree. It's going to rival Path of Exile. You're going to zoom out and there's going to be 277 different stat options in your tree. Absolutely, that's possible. Do I think it's likely? No, probably not. I mean, sure, they could do that. I want to have a cape and fly in Light No Fire. Did we? I'm pretty sure we saw capes in the game. I think there's going to be capes in that 2-minute trailer from 15 years ago, according to Ken. There was capes, but I mean, who knows? They might have trashed all the capes and said, screw that. That has nothing to do. I'm picking on you. I'm just teasing, Ken. I'm just teasing. Yeah. So my hopes, maybe. There's a lot they could do with it. And the fact, to your point, Ken, the fact that we haven't seen anything for 3 years, they could have totally revamped the entire game in 3 years. So who knows? Maybe they're changing it all over. Like, nope, we thought we wanted to do this, but actually it's a different game now. Maybe the next trailer we get for Light No Fire is a completely different game. I don't know. Could be. I'm just going with the odds. Like, there's people who are like, oh, man, it's going to be this and that. And it's like, it could be, sure. But do I think it's likely? Probably not. From, again, 10 years of kind of paying attention to what do the developers like to do? What is their preference to do? What are they realistically going to do? Could they? Maybe there's a pet battler system in Light No Fire, and that's why they brought it to No Man's Sky. Possibly.
Sub time.
There's a whole bunch in there. Subtime, Sean. Thank you so very much. 07 for becoming for resubscribing over on Twitch. Very, very much appreciated. For 2 months. Awesome. Thank you. So yeah. That's where I try to come from with my assumptions. And again, it's just assumptions, speculation, whatever you want to call it. We have no idea. Maybe they scrapped it and they said, nah, you know what? Light No Fire. We thought we wanted to do that, but instead what we're going to do is No Man's Sky 2. We're going to make No Man's Sky forever because we ended up doing that anyway. We were making Light No Fire, and the more we added to it, the more we realized, no, this is just No Man's Sky 2. It's a sequel. It's not a new game. It's a sequel. So let's just do that. Absolutely. Why are you bouncing off that? Come on, go up. Don't you dare turn. I don't need you to die right now, buddy. Oh my God, it keeps wanting to turn me. My God. Well, we're not doing that then. I'm going to die trying to get up that hill, so let's go around it. What did your Matt say? It might be like No Man's Sky, where you're not expected to see everything. Maybe you can play an entire game in a single city. Could be. If there's anything in Light No Fire that I'm probably like 90% sure of, there is probably 90% sure there's going to be features and game mechanics that are not required to beat the game. Just like in No Man's Sky. Again, you can play No Man's Sky from beginning to end, quote unquote. You can finish the storyline without touching a single piece of food. You can play the entire game and not fish a single time. There are mechanics in the game that people probably still don't know about because they've been playing forever and they only want to do base building. They've never cooked. They've never done the pet battler system. They've never done anything like that. And that's cool. I like that. And if I'm going on odds, I bet you there's going to be a very similar setup to Light No Fire. There's going to be things that, yeah, if you want to interact with it, awesome. If you don't care about that and you hate it, you can play the entire game and not touch it at all. So I would imagine, yeah, there's probably going to be something similar like that, just like in No Man's Sky. But all that being said, when we have Light Your Engines coming out, and it is a racing game, it is a mythical monster racing game where you have dragons and hummingbirds, and you're just racing your mounts across a massive map that is similar to Earth. Sure. And you have to feed your mounts different foods to give them boost. Like, oh, you want to increase their turning radius, you have to feed them this food. If you want to increase their acceleration, you need another food. If you want to increase their top speed, another food. Sentinel Pillar.
Technology recharge.
Ba-ba-bum. Turn off those sentinels. Too busy ranting the cliff fly. I was trying. Like, it was turning me automatically. Like, I was just hitting the button to go straight up, and it's like, nah, you're gonna turn, buddy. It's like, all right, fine, whatever. I'll go around it. That's fine with me. What do we got? Oh, look at that! S-Class, the Hand of Night. Now, it's not great because there's not a lot of room in here. But the fact that it's an S-Class, I feel like I have to take this. Because what the heck, dude? I hate the inventory. Look at this terrible inventory setup on it. Oh my god, that's garbage. But I need it. I mean, technically, it has more inventory slot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it has more inventory slots than mine. Just barely. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 versus my 8. So it has 2 more inventory slots. 2. Take it. Sean says, coming up with 1,000 hours on No Man's Sky myself. Just finished building my stasis device farm. Nice. Very easy money right there. Well, not easy because you gotta make the farm, but awesome money on that. Her Dan San said, I didn't even know you could cook in No Man's Sky. There's a lot of stuff in here. And again, the way the studio works, and that's why whenever anyone says, oh, there's going to be like deep RPG mechanics or this or that in Light No Fire, looking at the history of what they've done, I don't see that being the case. Maybe. It's always a possibility. Maybe they want to make something completely different. But historically, they haven't done any of that kind of stuff. So, is it possible? Sure. Do I think it's likely? No, I don't think that's the game they're making. If their history is anything to go by, no, I don't think so. They like to add in a lot of cool mechanics that are awesome, but not required, not mandatory. And an RPG mechanic, number one, is something they've not done yet. And so they could do it, but that's probably going to be a whole new thing. But number two, an RPG mechanic, like a skill tree, is almost required. And so that's one of those things where it's like, kind of, I guess, maybe, possibly. I think it's much more likely that we see an upgrade system in their inventory. So if I had to guess, in Light No Fire, because it's a medieval fantasy game, instead of having, a life support upgrade, it'll be something else that's very fantasy-like. It'll be some magical thing that increases your life or whatever. So it'll be similar setup to this. You'll have an inventory system, and it's just like, hey, instead of leather armor, you're using steel armor or iron armor or whatever. But it'll be a similar build to what No Man's Sky has. But again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a super duper skill tree that has 500 layers to it. And they've spent the last 10 years working on just the skill tree. They have a team, a skill tree team dedicated to balancing all of that out and making sure it is a deep and worthwhile experience. I just don't think that's the case. I don't think that's likely. But I'll be pleasantly surprised, because I love playing RPGs a lot. Pleasantly surprised if all of a sudden the next trailer for Light No Fire is some super deep RPG, like instead of like they have the video of Sean Murray. I think it was at PlayStation's E3 in 2014, maybe 2015. There is a notorious video where he got up on stage during PlayStation State of Play. And he just wanted to show the game. Like, this is what No Man's Sky is all about. And he wanted to show how big the game was. And he's like, we want to make sure you guys know that this game is massive. And so he showed the galaxy map. And he zoomed out in the galaxy map. And everyone, like, their brain melted. Like, how is that possible? How is it possible to have this many systems all over the place? It's crazy. It's crazy. Maybe there's something like that. Sean Murray's going to get on stage at Gamescom. And he's going to say, look at our RPG tree, our skill tree for Light No Fire. And he just zooms out, and there's 10,000 different nodes of skills. Possibly. I don't think it's likely. But, man, you know what? I will gladly take the L and be wrong on that, because that would be fun. but I don't think so. I would love it, though. I want to see Sean Murray on the stage going, and this is our skill tree. Boom. It's like, holy shit. What, really? Where are we going here? There's one RPG Jason won't play again? Oh, there's multiple ones. There's multiple ones, Richard. So, what was it? What is that? Kingdom Come is an RPG I won't play again. D&D Dark Alliance is an RPG I will never play again. That thing sucked. Conan Exiles would be another one. You can kind of call it an RPG. There is kind of a skill tree in there. That's one I'll never play again. Once I'm done with Conan Exiles, I am done. I will be finished. Finito. This has not gone as expected. We haven't even found one crashed ship yet, or a grave. We found some buildings, though. But nothing. Salisbury steak and mashed potatoes for me. Salisbury steak is pretty good. I don't think I've had a Salisbury steak in a long time. But mashed potatoes, you can't go wrong with mashed potatoes. I think mashed potatoes, for me, universal. Like if someone says I made mashed potatoes, unless that person is absolutely nuts, like questionable as a human, I'm like, okay, cool. I will enjoy mashed potatoes most of the time. I'll put it this way. I have never had mashed potatoes that I've thought were absolutely disgusting in my life, anyway. So I've never run into that person who's like, oh, you guys don't put arsenic and raspberries in your mashed potatoes? That's crazy. It's like, no, we're normal. Normally you don't do that. I've never had pineapple mashed potatoes before. So until someone does that, I think I'm safe on mashed potatoes. Sean just added a tainted salad recipe so when we can experience the diarrhea like in real life, it'll be called the Taco Bell salad. Oh, God. You've never had a bad prime rib? I don't think I have either. Like, that is more scary because you have to cook a prime rib. Like, with a potato, you can eat a raw potato and it's not going to kill you. It might hurt your teeth in your jaw because it's rough, but you're not going to die from a raw potato. A raw tenderloin or, a prime rib or any kind of a meat, that might make you sick. You might get dead from that. Just like my favorite story of that was my niece wanted to make me scrambled eggs because she was cooking. She knew how to do stuff. And so she wanted to make me scrambled eggs. And she was very, very, very excited to crack the egg, to like whisk it and mix it all together. And then she cooked it for about 10 seconds and then scraped the liquid onto my plate, and said it was done.
Epic 6 Ironclad 60 super shattered $4.99.
Ironclad.
Speaking of RPGs,
yeah.
I saw your live stream of Dragon's Dogma 2 and picked it up, and I'm absolutely loving it.
I love it. So it had some performance issues early on, so hopefully they fixed that. I have not played Dragon's Dogma in a while, Iron, but I did love the crap out of it. The performance issues aside, it was a very good game. That's an RPG I would play again. And thank you for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Ironclad 07. Very, very awesome of you. But yeah, that's an RPG. I would play that again in a heartbeat. I love Dragon's Dogma. Prime rib, 3 minutes. Flip, 3 minutes. Plate. I mean, what was it? I've heard someone ask for a blue steak before, and I didn't know what that meant at the time. I'm not a blue steak kind of guy. That's literally throw a steak on a flame, a grill, 10 seconds, flip it, 10 seconds, and you're done. The inside is basically raw. The outside is kind of crispy, kind of. I'm like, no, I'm not a blue steak kind of guy. I'll take a rare or a medium rare, but no, not a blue, ever. I will never do that. And then yeah, like I've had raw scrambled eggs, and it was more of she plated the eggs for me. She was very proud, and I said, "Oh, I like mine well done." I had to tell her it was well done, and so she cooked it more. I was like, oh my God, this kid is going to kill someone. So yeah, I have to ask her whenever she makes me scrambled eggs, it's well done scrambled eggs. That way she cooks them all the way. Oh. Oh. Undercooked eggs is so nasty. Yeah, I'm not a fan of undercooked. I know, like in the Rocky movie, he was just drinking raw eggs. I am not a raw egg person. No. No, sir. I like mine cooked. I like my eggs cooked. Speaking of, now I got to think of what I'm going to have. I think I might have steak and baked potatoes. I don't want to bake, though. That's the thing. I don't want to bake a potato when it's 90 degrees outside. Do they sell already baked potatoes? Probably not. Yeah, I don't think they would sell an already baked potato. I would buy it, though. Especially in the summertime. Like in the wintertime, absolutely, I'll bake a potato, and that's awesome. In the summertime, I don't want to turn the oven on unless I'm, like, dying. Like, oh, no, I don't want to do it. Microwave it and poke it with a... No, I'm not microwaving a potato. Oh, my God, you guys. What is the obsession with everyone who wants to microwave everything? What are you guys doing with your lives? Like, I get that a microwave probably makes things faster because it's a microwave. It doesn't taste any better. It can't. There's something about an oven that it cooks things like the way it's supposed to be cooked. I don't understand you guys. Oh, my God. Microwave milk, microwave potatoes, microwave everything, you guys. Ugh. Get some steak fries, a large chunk of potatoes. Yeah, but I still have to turn the oven on. Yeah, you still got to cook those in the oven, though. It's America, bro. I don't know. I'm not a big microwave person. Like, no. I have an oven for a reason. I'll just reheat it. I have a big pan that I put tin foil on, and I'll just throw food on there and warm it up. Like, I don't understand. Air fryer? I need to get an air fryer. I don't have an air fryer. I don't have a convection oven either. Those I would be open to. Like, okay, that's more reasonable. Like, that is... I mean, I'm not going to put my freaking milk in an air fryer. That's disgusting. But I'm more open to an air fryer or like a convection oven versus like a microwave. You can do a baked potato in the barbecue. I have not tried that. I bet you that would take a long time, though. So that's the thing. Usually with a baked potato, you're cooking it at like 400 degrees, 450 degrees for like an hour. So if you're barbecuing, if you're using a grill, you could probably do that, but then it's going to take like an hour and a half. Because a grill, you're opening, you're closing, you're flipping. So you're probably not going to get the same consistency on the heat. But I've never actually grilled a baked potato. You're not a freaking... Oh my God, you're going to hit... Oh my God! You tried to hit me. Yeah, I've never tried to grill a baked potato. I've never tried to grill a potato. I would imagine it would take longer, though. Freya says, get a really nice toaster oven / convection oven. Works as an air fryer. I mean, that's what I would do. Like, that would make sense. And ultimately, that's probably the solution. Instead of, like, cracking open my oven every time I want to cook, just have a convection oven. A smaller, like, countertop oven. That way I don't have to worry about, oh, I don't want to turn on the oven today. Or if I do turn on the oven, it's at like 6 o'clock in the morning, because then by the time it gets hot during the day, it'll dissipate the heat. So that's the secret. Whenever I cook anything in the oven, during the summertime, it's like at 6 a.m. That way it's still cool because it's overnight. The sun's not up yet, really. It kind of is. Sunrise happened, but it's not really out shining hard. and then I can dissipate the heat. Oh my god, this is gonna kill me if I don't hit it. Yeah, by the time the actual sun heat comes out, it'll be gone from the oven. There is nothing here. Come on, be a solar ship that's crashed, for the love of God, please. I only got 10 more minutes. Wrap it in foil, cooks fine on the barbecue, which will be hotter than your oven. Yeah, but that's the thing, though, Oe. I'm going to be opening my grill more often than my oven. Like, when I bake a potato, I literally set my oven for 450, wrap it in foil, and chuck it in there, and I don't open it until it's done. If I'm grilling like a steak, I'm going to be opening the lid of that grill. And so the heat's going to escape constantly. So it'll be fluctuating up and down, up and down. As I open the grill, I flip the steak, I close it. That heat is going to change. So, I don't know. This is a loser planet. It feels like it. Feels like it. I have to go back to that airless planet. We were having luck for that one for a while, and then it just stopped. It's just a save beacon? Yeah, it's just a save beacon. Well, we do need microprocessors. If we're gonna use our what's it called? We're gonna use the Explorer because it's better on fuel. We're gonna need microprocessors to fix the freaking hyperdrive. Herdan says, how long have you played without a ship now? Today, probably a good 3.5 hours. We do have a ship. So I have a ship. It's just I've been trying to find a solar ship, because a solar ship is what I need to get inside of a the outlaw station. We can install that there. There we go. We got some good shields on our ship here.
No free stocks in ship inventory.
Get rid of that. So we need to sell those. Oh my god, I got so many Corvette parts now. Let's go back. Let's go back to the airless planet.
Technology recharge.
All right. $9.99 deals from Domino's. Oh, is there pizza? I'm not getting pineapple pizza. Maybe we'll get pizza instead. We'll get some pizza. I mean, steak sounds good though. That's the thing. You guys got me sold on steak earlier. Steak and a baked potato sound amazing. Is the solar ship a personal limitation of the Fugitive Run? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So, part of the rules on a Fugitive Run for me are that anytime you go into a pirate system or a pirate space station, you need a solar ship to go in and to leave. And it's more of to make it difficult, but the explanation would be we're trying to hide our identity. And so if we use a solar ship, it might confuse them and they don't know who we are. Same thing for like when we go to a through the center of the galaxy, we need a sentinel ship. And it's ultimately is to make the game more difficult, but the Fugitive Run reason is sentinel ships are the only ones allowed to go through the center. So that's how we explain it away of, oh, sentinel ships are the only ones allowed to go through the center. So that's why. Not much fiber in steak and potatoes. Potatoes have fiber, don't they? I would imagine they have fiber. I mean, in my brain, a potato is healthy. Just like I explained to my wife that any soda that has fruit in it, that means it's a healthy soda. It's a blackberry. I'm literally drinking fruit right now. So it's a healthy drink. She never believes me, but that's my story and I'm sticking to it. Let's go south. Wait a minute. Before I go south. You're 100%? You are. Okay, good. I can call in my freaking thing. I still have no room. I just need a solar ship. Dude, you're mad? I cannot wait. Next week on Tuesday, I'm getting my fiber installed. I cannot wait, dude. I am so excited for Tuesday. So hopefully it's done fast enough to where I can play with it a little bit. So he's scheduled for the afternoon. I don't know how long it's going to take to install it because he literally has to. There's a box they built. They dug a hole in my front yard. They installed like a utility box out there. So I'm guessing he has to go out there, connect a line to the fiber feed or whatever out there, and then drag it up to the house, install a box on the house to convert or whatever. So I'm hoping it's quick. Like he just has to drop a line, connect it to the house, probably has to drill a hole through the wall to connect it from outside to inside. But once that's all done, I'm hoping it's really quick, and that way I can mess around with it on Tuesday afternoon or Tuesday night or whatever. That way, by Wednesday, I'm ready to go, and I have everything else set up, and we can do some super duper streams on Wednesday. That's the goal. That's the plan. She does not believe you, Jason, because she's very smart. Yes, that's true, Oe. That is true. She is very smart, but one day I'll convince her. I'm a very convincing person. Most fiber is in the peel. Oh, for the potato? I mean, I eat the potato skin. I do that. Whenever I bake a potato, I eat the potato skin. If I make fries, like if I make potato fries, like steak fries or whatever, I will skin the potatoes at that point. Or if I make mashed potatoes, I will take the peel off the potato. But if I bake a potato, I keep the skin on because that skin is nice and crispy and crunchy. Oh, yeah. That's half the reason you want a baked potato. Because whenever I bake a potato, I poke holes in it. I will cover it in like olive oil and salt. I'll salt the crap out of it. And then wrap it in foil and then put it in the oven for like an hour at 450 degrees Fahrenheit. That's how I make my potatoes. But yeah, the salt and the oil crisp up that skin. Oh, it's so good on a baked potato. It's good. 60 to 90 minutes and then they trench it later. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Hopefully they trench it later. I've heard some horror stories around here where they drop the line and they say, oh, they're going to trench it in 2 weeks. And they never come. And you're waiting like a month, 2 months. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, are you guys going to come and trench this line? Oh, we already did that. No, you didn't. Are you sure? We'll send out a technician to see. And they send out a technician, and the technician says, no, they didn't trench the line. So I've heard some stories about how it's like, they're easy to forget. Like, we'll do that eventually. One day.
Technology recharge.
Carbon says, Spectrum Comcast just emailed me today. They raised the speed from 500 to, did a ping test, I'm only at 286. I think they're full of doo-doo. Well... Carbon, they always say up to. It's always up to 500. So you might get 500, but it depends on, the time of day, everything else. Like, the thing they always catch me with, and I get pissed. I have up to 300 megabyte uploads. So my speed will go up to 300 megabytes, and it will for like 5 minutes, and then it drops back down. Like, I see it every day whenever I upload a video to YouTube. YouTube will go as fast as your internet will go. And so when I'm uploading a video, it'll hit 300 megabyte upload. And I'm like, yes. And it'll do that for about a minute. And then it'll drop down to 50. And then it'll go back up to 150. And then it'll drop down to 75. And so it's never 300 constant. It's always 300, drop. down, up, down. Like, okay. Come on now. So, yeah, it's technically 300, but the moon has to be full. It has to be a crisp 68 degrees. The sun has to be just on the sunset, and then it'll be 500. It's always like everything has to line up perfectly or else you don't get it. I had a line that got trenched, but only about 1 inch deep, and my dog kept digging it up. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Boy.
Producer!
That escalated quickly.
Thank you for the
really
raid.
Got out of hand fast.
Very, very much appreciated, Producer Bry. Very, very awesome, dude. 07 for the raid, and we need to do a shout out and see if that works. It might not work on YouTube, but it'll work on Twitch. There we go. 07. Very much appreciated on that one. Space! Exactly. None of that time of day crap matters anymore, Jason. The boxes are controlling the speed. If you're a new customer, they blast you with 500 for a couple of months, then you get the middle finger. Dude, I wish that was true, Richard. At least in my area, that's not. Like, it feels like, I mean, I will say, knock on wood, my upload has been good for the past couple of weeks. So I have a sneaking suspicion they over-provisioned my area. They didn't care. They had one node put up in my neighborhood, Richard, and they connected every single house to it. And so over the last 10 to 20 years, they over-provisioned. Everyone in the world is on that node. And they didn't care. It's been probably over capacity for a long time. Over the last couple of weeks, it's gotten really good. I have a sneaking suspicion because fiber has been laid and now people are starting to connect to the fiber. And so now, all of a sudden, that node is not overloaded because there's less and less people on it. I don't know. I have no idea. It could be totally wrong, but it appears that way. It's magically, all of a sudden, my internet is getting better and better. As the weeks go on, my internet is improving. I didn't pay for anything. I have not called for a technician.
X400.
Sean! 07 for the cheer over on Twitch as well. Frickin' Rockstar. I appreciate that as well. 07. But yeah, that's what I think happened in my neighborhood. Again, it might be different in different areas. But when I first moved in, it would have been 2020. Everything was buttery smooth. And it was because I was a new house on the block. I just got connected. And then a year later, everything started to fall apart. 2022 is when I started bitching and moaning about it. And then it's just been bad since 2022. And they teased me. They said, oh, we're going to be installing fiber in your neighborhood in 2024 or 2025, I think. And they never did. And then I got a notice earlier this year in 2026 that they were finally doing it. And they did. And now they're installing, the fiber is in my neighborhood. They have AT&T, Lumen, whatever you want to call it, quantum fiber in my neighborhood. And now that fiber is actually installed, my internet's getting better. Kind of crazy how that works. But yes. 07, Sean, man. 07. Carbon says that it has to do with your modem as well, dude. Over the last 3 years, I've gone through 5 different modems. I've gone through 10 different routers thinking I could use a QoS, a quality of service, to make it better. I can shape my traffic and make it easier. I've gone through Cat 5, Cat 6, and Cat 7 Ethernet cables. I've gone through so much thinking it was mine. And ultimately, it's like, no, it's just the ISP sucks a whole lot of. And I can't do anything about it on my end. I've had technicians out to my house. In 2023, I had them out almost every other month. In 2024, I had them out, I think, 3 or 4 times. 2025, I think I had them out twice. I finally just started giving up. Like, all right, these guys are going to come out. They're going to give me a new modem, and it's going to be no different. And they're going to tell me the signal is fine. The signal strength is fine. You don't have any issues on our end. It must be your connection. It's like, Okay. It's just magically, it's always YouTube. And don't get me wrong, YouTube sucks. YouTube sucks, and I will 100% admit it, but I don't know if it's always YouTube. But yeah. This all sounds about right. Yeah, so long story short, I have fiber internet being connected to my house on Tuesday, and I am very excited to finally get off of my current ISP. Even if it is the same issue, it was the same quality of issue, the silver lining is I'm paying less than half for the fiber. So even if it's the same quality of internet, and it's just this house sucks, whatever reason I have a weird poltergeist that ruins internet in this house alone, whatever it happens to be, it'll still be cheaper. So at least I won't be paying double the price for the crappy service I get. So there's that. But I'm hoping it will be a better, more stable connection. But we'll find out. Fire Knight says, that was short? That was short for Jason. Carbon says, I'm using an Aris surf modem. I've heard the surfboard is really, really good. So I've looked at getting my own modem. I just refuse because I've gone through at my previous apartment. This would have been like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I had the same provider. I had the same ISP at my apartment complex, and I had my own modem. I literally had. I think I had I think it was a surfboard back then. This would have been what, 2012, something like that. But I had the same provider. I had my own equipment because I thought it would be better. The issue with that, at least with my provider, is anytime there's an issue, it's your equipment. It's not them, it's you. So anytime I had issues with my internet, I would call them up and I'm like, hey, I'm disconnecting. There's some issue with your internet. They say, nope, it's not us. It's your equipment. You should get new equipment. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's not my equipment, but okay. They would never do anything because it was always my equipment. And so when I finally got a technician to come out, he said, look, you have to use our equipment first, because if there's any issues, the first thing they're going to blame is the equipment. But if you're using our equipment, then they can't blame it because it's ours, right? And so then they will actually investigate and lay new lines or whatever. They'll do whatever they need to do because obviously it's not our equipment. Our equipment is the best. And so that's why I'm like, nope. Anytime I want to complain, I want to make sure I have their equipment. That way I can say, nope, it's not this because it's yours, right? Well, you wouldn't give me shoddy equipment, would you? Yes, they would. But they won't admit it. They won't tell you it's shoddy. They won't tell you it's crappy, low-level crap. But they will give it to you, absolutely. But yeah. No matter if you get fiber or normal cable without power, you're done. Well, that's true too. I have a UPS down for my modem and my router because they're both in the same area. I have a UPS down there. I do not have a UPS for my PC yet. I want to get a really good UPS for my PC because PCs cost $1 million right now. I don't want to hook up anything that might break my PC. So I have a surge protector, but like if there's any kind of a storm, if I'm not streaming or if I'm not doing a video, I unplug my PC from the outlets when there's a storm. I'm one of those weirdos. So I want a UPS that's actually a really good like UPS, like a quality, not a battery backup, like an actual, like it actually a sine wave converts the power from the wall to good clean power through the UPS. And those are not cheap. Anyway. Carbon says, I heard some change their ISP address to like Google and you get better results. Oh, you mean the DNS? Yes, I've done that as well. So you in general, you want to change your DNS as well. Oh, I think I'm going to die here. I need to get some more dihydrogen. Yeah, if you change your DNS, like your default ISP DNS is probably trash. So yeah, you want to use Google, you want to use Cloudflare, OpenDNS, whatever. You want to use a different one other than your ISP. Absolutely. I've done that as well. Believe, dude, over the last probably 4 years, I have done so much like bend over backwards, like plug in my router, plug in my modem to different outlets, thinking maybe this outlet is bad and it's literally spiking the power, which is causing drops. I've changed out different cables. I've changed out different modems, different routers. I've done a million things. I've changed my MTU. I've changed my DNS. I've done a whole bunch. I've changed my network card like settings, thinking maybe I can squeeze out better results. Dude, I have been the crazy tinfoil hat man when it comes to internet for the past 4 years. Like, what if I tweak my network card driver? What if I download a driver from 2022? What if my driver is unstable? What if I turn off flow control? Maybe that'll interrupt moderation on my network card. What if I do that? What if I change my firewall settings? Like, holy crap, dude. It's crazy. Jason Ranson then dies. Yeah, I do. I do need to end the stream though. It's 10 minutes late now. I thought we were going to find another. Okay, let's do this. We'll use the signal booster. Let's see. Will you let me? I'm nowhere close to a building. 2 hours away for that one. 2 hours for that one. 54 minutes. How am I close? I'm not close to any buildings. What are you talking about? Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again, Space Weasel? Dude, for 6 months, I literally had an automatic timer outlet that would turn off the power to my modem and my router at 2 o'clock in the morning every night. Turn it off at 2, turn it back on at 4 a.m. So it was a 2-hour power down. Thinking maybe if I let it reset for 2 hours that it would help. Not a change. It's literally the ISP sucks. And they have had no motivation to fix it until the last year because fiber companies are moving into the neighborhood and now people have options to go to fiber. Now, all of a sudden, oh, we're doing network optimizations for your neighborhood, guys. Don't worry. That's the only motivation they've ever had. So, yeah, I have no doubt that if I wasn't getting fiber in this neighborhood, that I would still be dealing with a crappy internet service. But again, knock on wood, the last couple of weeks, let me see. I've had amazing internet. Oh, look at that. Not a single frame drop. Not a single frame drop. Knock on wood. I'm sure they're probably listening right now and they're going to make my internet suck for the next couple of days. But last couple of weeks, it's been better than it has been in a long time. And I have a sneaking suspicion it's because people are changing over from my current ISP, my cable internet provider, to the new fiber provider. And because there are less people, less traffic on the node, and less traffic in the neighborhood, it's just overall better because they don't have to do anything. If there's less traffic, that means it's easier for you to make a connection. Because they over-provisioned this neighborhood and they didn't give a crap. But I don't know that for sure. Maybe they just suck naturally. They're doing the best they can and they still suck. I don't know. That could be it too. Maybe they're that terrible that they're trying their absolute best and it still is terrible. Absolutely possible. That's the case. Frazier says they told me not to turn it off as it detects that and throttles the speed. I think it's a line fault when it's down. Oh, okay. Well, either way, like I was doing that for 6 months. I think that was in last year, 2025. I literally had a timer outlet that would turn off every night at 2 a.m. and turn back on at 4 a.m. because I thought maybe doing a reset would help me. It had no effect on it. It didn't feel like it went faster or slower. It just didn't do anything. And so I haven't, I will do a week, every week I will turn off my router, not my modem, my router. Because usually my router just acts up after about a week. But yeah, it didn't matter what I did. Using different cables, did not matter. Using different modems, different routers, did not matter. Changing settings on my PC, did not matter. And there would be times where I'm like, okay, I will lower settings. The only thing that made it better was lowering my speed. Because, let me show you. Boom, boom, boom. Right now, I am streaming at a bitrate of 10 megabytes per second. Normally, for 1440p for a higher resolution, you probably want to be at 20 megabytes per second. I was streaming at 18 before, and I've just slowly been lowering it. That's the only way, is to lower my speed, because who would have thought I'm not getting the speed I pay for? So I supposedly have 300 upload. If I try anything above 20, it just destroys my internet. My internet cannot handle anything above a 20 consistently. It'll do 300 for 5 minutes, 2 minutes, and then randomly it'll just drop off like a rock. So, yeah, that's what I'm like, okay, I can consistently get 10, even though I pay for 300. So, yeah, that's why. I'm in the UK, so maybe it's different. Frazier says they told me not to start. I mean, it could be that as well. So I don't know what the any kind of regulations or anything you have in the UK. I know for us, for the United States, as long as the company says up to, and if you look at United States internet, I would say most of, if not all, the companies will always tell you up to. It doesn't say you will get. It says up to whatever speed they say. And it's because they don't have to give you to all the time. It's just, can you show me one test throughout the month that hit that speed? That's all you need. On a Tuesday afternoon at 2:30 in the afternoon, you hit your speed, and that's all we need. Every other day, it could be 10 megabytes or whatever. That's fine. You got up to that point. It's up to. And so that's how they get away with it a lot of times. And they'll say, "Oh, we're sorry. You didn't get the speed you were hoping for. Here's a $5 voucher to get off your bill, or here's a $5 discount on your bill." It's like, I would much rather you just gave me what I paid for instead of just giving me a discount. Like, that's great. How about you just give me the thing you said? Like, that'd be great too. Nah, can't do that. Can't do that. So that was the rant. Well, I thought we did a rant about soda earlier, but obviously not. Our rant was about internet today. It's just marked an abandoned building over there. Yep, abandoned building, like what, 500 feet away? 801. 801 away. Dang it. Richard says in the UK they have a speed guarantee. We in the US don't. Yeah, they don't. They don't here. So I know there are some, like, depending on your state or your city, there are some locations that are passing laws for that, but not everywhere. It's not a universal thing in the States. And I know specifically for my area, for Colorado Springs, there's no speed guarantee. It's literally, if you don't like it, switch to another provider. Oh, you don't have any other providers? Darn it. And that's generally how it is. Especially here in Colorado Springs. It's like you can have high-speed internet from cable company, or you can have dial-up speeds from the phone company that remind you of the 1990s. That's it. Those are your choices. Now, within the last couple of years, we've had fiber companies coming in and laying down lines. But if you rewind the clock back to 2015, 10 years ago, nope. And depending on which side of the town you are, if you're on the west side or you're on the east side of town, you either get your high-speed cable internet or you get your high-speed dial-up internet. You don't get both. One or the other. And so, yes, do you have an option? You can absolutely get the low-level, DSL, terrible speed internet. You can absolutely do that. Or you can get the high-speed internet. It's like, yeah, you know what? That's technically a choice. Absolutely. I don't think that's a fair choice, but it is a choice. Yeah, you're not wrong. But that's how they get away with it. Do not mark that thing right next to you. Damn it. They marked the abandoned building. Odd Mint says, what if Sean updated No Man's Sky graphics and visuals to look like Star Citizen? I don't know. The big thing I would argue is they've updated the game a lot. So if you go back to 2016, the game looks completely different than it does today. The trade-off is there's less variety. You go back to 2016 No Man's Sky, there is a variety of colors and everything out there. It did not look as good. The textures were really low res. The graphics were not as good, but there was a variety. There's colors everywhere. It was amazing. They traded off the variety, they lowered the variety, and they increased the quality of the textures and all that kind of stuff. So, could you do an ultra-realistic, Star Citizen thing? Probably, but you would probably also have to trade off and give you less variety. There would be less of a span of color and textures and, all that kind of stuff. Animal variety would probably go down. So, I don't know if I would trade that. I would honestly, maybe next week we'll play some No Man's Sky 2016. I almost prefer the original release. Again, there's limitations there. The graphics look muddy and nasty, but the variety of different colors, different plants and animals is outrageous. It's awesome. It is so cool. It's just they don't look as detailed. When you call in your ship. The ships back in 2016, they were solid colors. There was not a lot of different variations. In this, you could see the textures on that. You can actually see, the metal right here has a little bit of, paint peel on it. 2016 No Man's Sky, absolutely none of that. None of that at all. The textures were solid one color. There was no paint peeling. There was no actual, grit on there. It was a smooth texture. So, yeah, look at all that. We didn't get any of that detail in there. So, does it look better now? Yeah, it does look better. The ships, the details on the ground, they look better. However, you do give up that variety, that artistic spark, I guess. You don't get as much of that coolness because they gave it up to make it more detailed. So it's But I would, if they could give us the variety of release day No Man's Sky with the fidelity of 2026, all the details here, I would love it. I don't think that's possible though. I think at least for what they're doing, maybe it is, and I just don't know. But it feels like I take it all back. This looks like trash. It's because it's asymmetrical, I bet. That's a really bad LO. What are we doing here? We're loading in textures from 5 feet away? Anyway, you know what? That just undercut my whole argument. Never mind. Never mind. I'd like to see you play original No Man's Sky again. Dude, I go back. I literally have a folder on my desktop that has the original. It's not release day. It is, I believe it's September. Let me look. It is, I have different game versions. I have September 2016 No Man's Sky, because that is the most patched version of original No Man's Sky before they put any updates in. Because if you guys don't know, the original release of No Man's Sky 2016, like release day No Man's Sky, was buggy as hell. Like, you get into your ship and when you try to get out, it shoots you into space. That kind of bug. So playing day one No Man's Sky is very, very hit or miss, because you're going to run into a lot of bugs. So I have the September version, the 1 month later, after they've patched it a few times to get a lot of the bugs out of the original release. I have that version. I love playing that version. It is the last version before they started putting like Atlas Rises, before Pathfinder, all the original updates to the game, which is really, really cool. I love that version. You have overlapping textures, I know. I know. That's why I was like, oh my God, I'm trying to talk all this cool stuff about you, and then you do that right on there. So I am calling it tonight. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. We need to raid somebody. So over on excuse me, sorry. Whoa, that hit me hard. Over on Twitch, we're gonna raid A-Train. A-Train is playing Scrap Mechanic right now, guys. Let's go over there. Show him some love. If you don't know A-Train, he's an amazing, amazing streamer. We play Conan together. He's been playing a lot of Satisfactory. He's playing Scrap Mechanic right now. So go over there, show him some love, give him a follow if you're not following him over on Twitch. On YouTube, we need to raid somebody on YouTube as well. Let's raid. You know what? We didn't raid KJ last week, so we're going to raid KJ this week. We're going to raid KJ and Lava. They're playing No Man's Sky right now. So go over there, show them some love if you don't know who KJ is. KJ's an amazing streamer for No Man's Sky. Been streaming forever. She's amazing. Go over there, give her a follow or a subscribe over on YouTube. Either way, guys, thank you guys so much. I will see you guys on Monday. Monday is more Conan Exiles. But either way, hopefully you guys have a good weekend, and I will see you guys next time.